Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Take your first step toward a future in excellence.
East-West group of institutions with over 50 years of academic excellence, offering courses in engineering, architecture, management, pharmacy, nursing, degree, PUC and Polytechnic at Campus 1 Magadi Road and Campus 2 Yelahanka New Town, Bengaluru. Your journey to a great future begins with us.
Embark on a gainful career, a career that gives you immense returns. The Company Secretary course. The Companies Act 2013 confers a special status to Company Secretary as the key managerial personnel and has bracketed him along with Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer or Manager, Whole-Time Director or Chief Financial Officer. So, what does this mean for you? That there is no dearth of lucrative employment once you complete this course. The Company Secretary course opens up a world of new opportunities. Here's how you can start your journey of growth. The pathway to become a Company Secretary starts with the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Exam, CSEET. Graduating to the executive program and finally moving up to the professional program. After that, you have to take the pre-membership training followed by the CS membership. Company Secretary course is the perfect gateway into the corporate world and provides the perfect opportunity to lead the governance culture too. For the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Test, the eligibility is 10+2 and for Executive Program, students having passed CSEET and Foundation Program are eligible. Choose an excellent career opportunity as a Company Secretary with ICSI.
The Best Medical Entrance Training Institute of the Year South India Award goes to Shaheen Group of Institution. Dr. Abdul Qadir established Shahi Group of Institution at Bidar in the year 1989 to educate the poor and marginalized mass of Bidar district. He started it as a visionary endeavor in one-room tenement accommodating 18 students and now has evolved into a major center of academic excellence.
Shaheen Civil Service Academy offers 3-year BA, BSc, BCom integrated with UPSC, a dedicated program for most of the esteemed careers such as IAS, IPS, IFS, CA, CAD and CLAD. It also offers 1-year exclusive course for UPSC, a professionally designed course structure dedicated to meet complete requirements of UPSC.
Acharya Bangalore B School ABBS, established over a decade ago in India's technology corridor. ABBS is one of the fastest growing institutes which draws top students across the country. Accredited by NAC A grade, NBA and IACBE USA, ABBS represents the finest quality of education and real-world experiences. Witness true experiential learning at ABBS and learn from top faculty and industry experts. ABBS offers programs such as MBA, MCOM, PGDM, BBA, BBA Aviation Management, BCom, BCA, BA Journalism and BSc Biotechnology and Genetics. Take control of your career. Apply now. Call us at 9141707070 or visit us at www.abbs.edu.in. Start your journey with ABBS. One campus, infinite dreams.
Hello everyone, very good morning. A very warm welcome to the Hindu Education Plus Career Counseling Digital Conclave. Over the next 4 days, experts from the industry will talk about the career opportunities in various streams like commerce, architecture, law, pure science, medicine, engineering, administrative service, etc. I'm Anuja Ganesh from the Hindu group and I'll be moderating the sessions. We have had an overwhelming response for the conclave with over 10,000 plus logged in from different cities. Thanks to the students and parents who have registered for this webinar. Thanks to our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. And our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shanin Group of Institutions Bidar, Gnana Darshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We will begin our inaugural session with a motivational talk. We have with us Mr. Rakshit Shetty, well-known actor, film director, producer, entrepreneur, screenwriter, and lyricist. Over to you, Mr. Rakshit. Namaskara.
Namaskara. Hi everyone. Ellugu namaskara. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫ್ನ ಒಂದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ. Every one of you are in an important stage in your life because you guys have just finished your general education and you guys are looking forward to join some course which you want to pursue all your life from there on. I know you guys have many options in front of you. I was there and I know how confusing it can be. But I would like to give you some kind of guidance based on my life experience, what life has taught me until now. So let me start from my, where I was born, things like that. So I was born and brought up in Udupi. I finished my primary schooling and then I did my pre-university in Udupi. And later, obviously, I was always interested to be a filmmaker, to be an actor since my childhood. But I didn't have a godfather in the industry, so I was not sure if it's a feasible option. And not my parents were very supportive towards joining films. At least not when I was in not when I finished my 12th standard. So later I had to do my engineering. Not that I repented, because I think I have learned the most in my life when I was doing my engineering, and those 4 experiences, the 4 years of experience was one of the best experience I've had in my life. And yes, life has its way to bring you to the path what you're supposed to choose. So when I was doing my engineering, again I still had this passion of filmmaking, and I used to do a lot of plays. I used to get involved in cultural activities, and yes, I was obviously I was concentrating on the studies too, but I was more into the cultural activities. And once I finished my engineering, that's when I thought that my passion is towards filmmaking. My passion is towards storytelling. My passion is towards being an actor. And I definitely wanted to give it a try. I didn't want to later repent in my life that okay, fine, I didn't even give it a try. So, but then I wanted to take it very safely. So, ಆವಾಗ ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಒಂದು IT ಕಂಪ್ನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ 5-6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನನ್ಗಾಗ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೆಲಸ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ 6 ತಿಂಗಳು ಬರೀ ಕೆಲಸ ಹುಡುಕೋದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಳೆದೋಯ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಈ 6 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಥಿಯೇಟರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಫೈಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲೇಟರ್ after 6 months, once I got the job, when I was working in an IT field, so basically I was into quality analysis. So ನನಗೆ ಬರೀ ಈ ಡೆವಲಪರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಇದು 8 hours what we spent inside the company working. I used to finish all my job in 3 hours, and the rest of the 5 hours I used to just go on the internet, find out about filmmaking, try to make contacts, because ನನಗೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಗಾಡ್ ಫಾದರ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, and I didn't know anybody in the industry to get in touch with. So I thought I always had this in mind that I wanted to build my own team. I didn't want to go to a director with my photographs and ask him for ನನಗೊಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ಇದು ಕೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಂಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಆವಾಗಲೇ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ನನ್ಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ನಾನೇ ಪಡ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಸೊ ನಾನು IT ಕಂಪ್ನಿಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ 5 hours ನಾನು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಸ್ದು ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂಸ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಏನೋ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪಿರೇಷನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವಾಗ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಅವಾಗ ಇನ್ನು ಫೇಸ್ಬುಕ್ I think it was very newly launched, but Orkut was quite famous then. So Orkut alli, I started searching for few people who were doing independent films or short films. And avaga kelon groups ella Orkut alli ittu, where Bangalore amateur filmmakers doing short films. And alli ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಆದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೋಗಿ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ವೀಕೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಂಡ್ on weekends we started shooting short films. ನನಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಥಿಯೇಟರ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಪರಿಚಯ ಆಯಿತು, ಸೊ ನಾನು ಥಿಯೇಟರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ದ IT ಕಂಪ್ನಿ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಯ್ತು, ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಕೆಲವೊಂದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬೆಳೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಆಯಿತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸರ್ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀನು ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದ್ರು. Obviously that film never happened, but he gave me at that time, ಆ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಅವರೊಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ದಟ್ ಒಂದು ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ವ, ನಾನು ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ವಿಚ್ ಇಸ್ ವೈ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗ IT ಕಂಪನಿ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆವಾಗ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೇ ಬರ್ದಿರೋ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಏನಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಕಣ್ಮುಂದೆ 2 ದಾರಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಯಾವ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನಡಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವು ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಒಂದೇ ದಾರಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅನ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್, ನಡೀತಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಆವಾಗ 2 ದೋಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಲಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಒಂದು IT ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ, ಅಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಾಸ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಟ್. ಸೊ ಸರಿ, ಇನ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದೇ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗೋಣ, 2 ದಾರಿ ಬೇಡ, ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಬೇಡ. ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್, ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಸಿ, ಈ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಳಿದೆ, IT ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇತ್ತು ವೇರ್ ವಿ ವರ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ಸ್, ಅಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಟ್ರೈಯಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಾಂಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆವಾಗ ನಂಗೆ ಅರವಿಂದ್ ಕೌಶಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ರು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು, ಅಂಡ್ ಹಿ ವಾಸ್ ಡೂಯಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ನಮ್ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದಿನ. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ there was one journey which I took with them, and also I didn't stop making short films because I knew that someday if I don't get a break as an actor, then probably I need to give myself a break. So and I knew that I can make good films. So ನನಗೆ ಈ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾತು, ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಪಾತು ನನಗೆ ಬಿಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಈ ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಶೂಟಿಂಗ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಈ ಕಡೆ ನಾನು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಕಿಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಮುಂಚೆ ಒಂದು 2-3 ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ವಿಚ್ obviously once I edited it, I hated it so much that I deleted all the files which I had shot. But yeah, so after Let's Kill Gandhi, it gave me some kind of confidence that yes, I can be a good filmmaker. And ಈ ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲೋದಿನ ನಂತರ ತುಗ್ಲಕ್ ಆಯ್ತು. And after Tughlaq, once Tughlaq failed in the box office, I thought, okay, there's no future for me. I played as a lead in one of the films, and our cinema ಒಂದು ವಾರನೂ ಓಡಿಲ್ಲ ಥಿಯೇಟರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. So I thought, okay, this is not going to work. And the only way I can make films is through being a filmmaker. That is, the short film path what I had taken. So this has to help me now to get myself a break. So avaga nanu sari, I wanted to shoot one short film. So ನನ್ನ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಈ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ನಾನು ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಬಂದು ನನಗೆ ಓಕೆ ನಾನು ಸಿನಿಮಾಗೆ ಹಣ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀನು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ಸಿನಿಮಾದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕನ್ಫೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಬಟ್ ಅಶ್ವಿನ್ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಶೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಟು 3-4 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೂ ಕಾಸಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಒಂದು ರೂಮ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಅಂಡ್ ನಾನು ಊಟ ತಿಂಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ನೋಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ನಾನು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಸು ಹಾಕಿ ನೀವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕೇಳಕ್ ತುಂಬಾ ನಂಗೆ ಮುಜುಗರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಹೂ ಬಿಲೀವ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ಮೈ ವರ್ಕ್, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು 20,000, 15,000, 30,000 ಈ ತರ ಹಾಕಿ ನಾನು 1.5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಔಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ದಿಸ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್. ಅಂಡ್ ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟುಡಿಯೋ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅವರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೀವಿಯಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಇವನ್ ದೇ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದೇ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮೀ. ಸೊ ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಸೆಟಪ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಅಂಡ್ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದು ಹಣ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನಾನು, ಕನ್ಫೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಬಟ್ ಅಶ್ವಿನ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ವೆನ್ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎಡಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ everyone who watched it, and they were very very confident that okay, someday this guy can be a filmmaker, and it's just that he has to find a producer now. So since now I had a short film, since I had a product where I can showcase my talent, now I wanted to write a feature length film, because producer ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದಾಗ ಒಂದು feature length film ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು. So I started writing ಉಳಿದವರು ಕಣ್ಣಂತೆ. So that's when I wrote ಉಳಿದವರು ಕಣ್ಣಂತೆ, and Confession about Ashwin was getting edited. So ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ನನಗೆ ಸುನಿ ಬಂದು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, and I loved the story. And then ನಾನು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೈಡ್ಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟು, ಸರಿ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಫೀಚರ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್, ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. ಅಂಡ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಬಿಕೇಮ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ಹಿಟ್. ಅಂಡ್ ಸೊ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಶೋರ್ ದಟ್ ಐ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ರಿಟನ್ ಉಳಿದವರು ಕಣ್ಣಂತೆ. ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬಹಳ that script was begging me that I want to be a film anta. So as a filmmaker, I badly wanted to do that film. So I told Suni that anyway Simple on Shuri is a hit, so let's would you like to produce this film? And he had watched Confessions about Ashwin, he had watched a trailer of Let's Kill Gandhi, and he knew that yeah, I can do films. So yeah, he told that I'll produce the film, and we did Ulidoru Kannante. And Ulidoru Kannante, when it released, I had given my complete dedication towards that one film. I had worked day and night for that film, and to be frank, when the film released, it didn't do great in the box office. So I was very disappointed then. And istella hard work haki, istella passionate agi ಒಂದು cinema ಮಾಡಿ, until then I believed that you should always follow your passion. You should, and if you give your 100%, if you work on something very innocently and very, if you give everything to it, then that product can never fail anta. But when Ulidoru Kannante failed in the box office, I was very disappointed, and I was like, how can this be possible? Because I had given my 100%, I had given everything to this film. Why didn't the film give back anything to me anta? But later, yes, I did a few more films, and after 1 or 2 years, the kind of response I started getting for Ulidoru Kannante, not just from Karnataka but from all other states, people started messaging me from North India as well, and so that was something inspiring. And then I thought, okay, fine, then probably Ulidoru Kannante, I was expecting Ulidaru Kannante to be a box office success, but it is a success in a different form. That's when we decided to make Kirik Party, and by then, we had worked in few films where we had to compromise a lot in terms of creativity, because the producers were getting involved in the creative aspect of it. So by now we had decided that no, next time when we make a film, it's going to be our script, it's going to be our team, it's going to be our production. We are going to pitch in money from somewhere. At least we'll get some investors, we'll make them invest in the film, and then we'll produce the film. And that's when the Paramba Studios was formed. Everybody who had worked with me during my short film days, they worked in Ulidaru Kannante, and so and I always wanted to build a team. I always knew that one guy can walk. If one guy can walk at a 10 kilometers per second, 10 kilometers per hour speed, then with a team you can walk at a 60 kilometers per hour speed. So one guy can ride a cycle, but a team can travel in a car. I always believed in building team, and that's when we all together formed Paramba Studios, and we got investors. We produced our own film, and Kirik Party became one of the biggest blockbusters in Kannada film industry. So that's the team effort. That's the kind of energy which everyone pulled in to one project, and that's how the universe works. So after Kirik Party, we wanted to do a bigger project, and then we did Davanesh Sriman Narayana, and so yeah, here we are. So why I was telling you my story, because obviously whatever I'm going to talk to you next is from my personal experience, what life has taught me until now. So whatever I have told you becomes a little important, so that you understand why I am going to put forth few points to you. So right now you guys are in a state where you guys are supposed to select the field in which you guys want to pursue your career in the future. And I would like to suggest one thing, that before you select what career you want to pursue, I think the first thing you have to understand is what is your passion. Yakantandre, for example, ನಾನು IT field ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, so we used to work 5 days a week, from Monday to Friday, and Saturday, Sunday was our off. So everybody in the IT office were like, Friday bandaga, oh thank God it's Friday, because 5 ದಿನ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಸುಸ್ತಾಯ್ತು ನಮಗೆ, ಇನ್ನೆರಡು ದಿವಸ ಮಜಾ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. But that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't be waiting for Friday every week, because which means that 5 days of your life you're not enjoying. 5 days of your life you're working for something which you don't know. ಯಾಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, probably just for money, and that's not the life you guys want to choose. If you choose a life, then choose a life where you guys are having fun all 7 days. Illi weekdays, weekends antilla. And you career choose ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. First of all, ಈ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, as soon as you say that I want to work, work is oh my God, I have to work. That is the attitude we all have. That shouldn't be the attitude. Work should be a part of life. Work should be your passion. So when you follow your passion, what happens is you don't feel that you're working. I love making films. I love writing. I love being on set and playing different roles. So I don't work, to be frank. I am enjoying my life, and at the same time I'm making money. So never ever run behind money. ನೀವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕರಿಯರ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸೊ ಈ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, ಈ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. That shouldn't be the criteria when you choose which field you want to work in, because money will come. You just have to follow your passion. When you're following your passion, you'll give 100% to what you're doing. Yakantandre, you don't have an option because you love what you're doing, and the 100% comes very naturally to you. And so after the passions, so the next thing what you have to remember is, whatever field you choose, have the biggest of dreams. ಈ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೇ ಏನೇ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮನುಷ್ಯರೇ, ನಿಮ್ ತರ. So if they can do it, if Bill Gates can build such a huge company, if we now last 10 years only we have made films and we have made Paramba Studios, and today we have the whole team has we have equipments for rents. We do a lot of things, not just filmmaking. We do a lot of things in Paramba Studios, and our dreams have not stopped here. We still have to explore a lot of things in the future, and we have big dreams, and that's how it should be, I think, because nothing is impossible. I know it's a very cliche, but impossible says I am possible. I know it's very cliche, but it is true. There is nothing impossible in this world, and have the biggest dream. Nange actually 10th standard alli obru mathematics lecturer idru, and I was when I was in 10th, nange mathematics alli, I was somehow crazy about mathematics, and I loved solving puzzles. So when I told my one of the masters that I wanted to score 100 out of 100 in mathematics, he told, if you want to score 100, then don't aim for 100, aim for 110, because if you aim for 110, you can make sure that you score 100. If you aim for 100, probably you might score 99 or 98 or 90. So, and that's what I did in my 10th standard SSLC exams. I remember, so I attempted for 100 marks, and there was still 5 minutes more, and I attempted for another 10 marks, and that's where I was saved, because I scored 100 because of the last extra 10 marks attempt what I did. So that's and since then that's always been my theory, that if you have to score 100, aim for 110. If I want to, as a filmmaker, if I want to win some award, then I would aim for an award which is bigger than that, so that I give my 100% aiming for the biggest award. Obviously, we don't work for awards, but I'm just saying. So that's when the whole team gives the 100%. So yeah, as I said, when you follow your passion, have the biggest dream, and never run behind money, because money will come. Just know that money will come. But remember that you will not be able to take money when you go. All you can do is leave a good name behind. So whatever field you are going to choose for yourself, know that you're going to enjoy working there in that field. You are going to give 100% without even trying, and make sure that it adds a lot of value to your life, because when you follow your passion, when you have the biggest of big dreams in your life, obviously there will be failures, there will be success. As I said, my story also has failure. It started from failures, but today, if somebody asks me that what do you want to change when you look back at your past, what do you want to change, I always tell them that I don't want to change anything, because my success and my failures together have made me what I am today. If not the failure of Tughlaq, or if not the failure of Nammeral Ondina, I wouldn't have made the short films. And if I had not made the short films, I wouldn't have made Ulidaru Kannante. and if not the failure of Ulidor Kannante in the box office, then probably I wouldn't have traveled that path and made Kirik Party someday. Although I am an actor, I still did my engineering, and if I had not done engineering, then probably I wouldn't have got a story for Kirik Party. So everything in your life is designed in such a way that you follow, you reach a state where you are a better human being. So yes, so the career becomes a very important role in the life. But also let's all remember that we all live this life so that by the end, when our life is over, when we leave this world, we can't take anything. All we can take is our experience of life, and all we can do is be a better human being by the time we leave. So let your passion, let your work be one of the threads in your life which gives you an experience to be a better human being, because that's end of the day, that's the most important thing in life. So in our I'm a story writer as well. So in story writing, there are so there's a protagonist in every story, and in story writing there is a saying that a protagonist should always have three goals. One is a physical goal, one is a personal goal, and one is a spiritual goal. Why I am telling this to you is that you are all a protagonist of your own life story. Everybody of you are a hero, and it's just that you have to realize you are a hero. Now, in every story, a hero doesn't start being a hero. He always starts as a common man, and once he realizes his physical goal, his personal goal, and his spiritual goal, and once he starts putting efforts, know that there can't be a story if there is only success. A hero has to go through failures and then success, failure, success. That's the meat of every story. So each one of you are capable of being a hero of your life, and when you 60 years or 40 years down the line, when you look back at your life, make sure it's a wonderful story. And if it has to be a wonderful story, then as I said, there are three goals you all should have. One is a physical goal, one is a personal goal, one is a spiritual goal. Now, what is a spiritual goal? Spiritual goal, I believe, all of us being humans, by the end of our life, we have to be better humans. So there is a growth, there is a growth. There's an internal growth for every hero in a story. So that has to happen. And how can that happen? If you take life as a good experience, failure or success, there is lesson in every failure, and there is lesson in every success. With every failure, you know what went wrong and what has to be corrected, and then it will lead you to success. I've seen this, so I'm telling you out of my life experience. And with every success, sometimes if you're matured enough, then you will still walk in the right path. But most of the times, after every success, you tend to lose the path, and that's obviously, if you lose the path, it will take you to the failure. But from that failure, again, you'll start learning something, and again move towards success. And one day you'll only start finding success because probably you'd have learned everything from life. So when you work towards your passion, never ever be scared of taking risks. Risk in life is very important. ನೀವು ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡಾಗ ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ಸಲ ನೀವು ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು, ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಸು ಪಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಬಟ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಆ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತಗೊಳಕ್ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಆ ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಆ ಲೈನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂತಾನೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಅರಿವಿರಲ್ಲ ಅದರದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟೇಕ್ failure as a good experience, because anyways you're not going to take anything when you leave. So let's face failure with a smile, and because failure is a good teacher. Don't be scared of your teachers. You can't learn anything in life if there is no failure. So taking risk is very, very, very important, and stretch your arms and hug the failures. Parvagilla, failure, success, this is my passion, I will work towards it, and I'm not doing it for money. This is what I want to do, which is why I'll do it, and money will come. Don't worry. If you give your 100%, the universe will make sure that money flows towards you, and someday. So I was talking about the physical goal, the personal goal, and the spiritual goal. So spiritual goal is to be better human being in the path of the passion. Nim passion nimdi ಏನು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಪಾತಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅದರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗ್ರೋ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಬೆಟರ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಕಾಮನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ us. But what is physical goal and personal goal? Now physical goal is, in story writing we say that every hero has a physical goal, and physical goal is not just about him but also people around him. So for me it is about my team and me. It is not just me, but it is also about me. So in the path where I am walking, in the path where I am growing, I want to make sure that my team is also involved in it, because I know together we can go, we can walk even longer distance. And once you all find success in any sort, make sure that you help people around you, because that's how the universe works. If you new career shuru madbekadrene, if you start with the thought that I will find the success one day, and once I find success I will help others as well. When you thought process when you start walking, the universe will make sure that somebody who's already found success will also start helping you. That's how the world works. That's how the universe works, and so that's what you all should aim at. It's not just about my success, but along with me I'll take my team, and someday when I find the success, or when I'm in a state where I can help people, I will help people. Always walk in this thought process. And what is the personal goal? Obviously in this physical goal, while you take your team, while you take everyone along, while you help others, what is my personal goal? Where do I want to be after 30 or 40 years? When I look back, ನಾನು ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಇಂದ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿರೋ ವರ್ಕ್ಗಳನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ದೀಸ್ 3 goals ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಅಂಡ್ ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಈ 3 goalನ ನೀವು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ ಕರಿಯರ್ ಪಾತ್ನ ನೀವು ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ. ಅಂಡ್ probably few of you, or many of you don't have an idea that what is your passion yet. That's okay. Give it your time. Nangu 12th standard alli irbekadre, although I knew I wanted to be a filmmaker, but I didn't realize that it was my passion. And I did my engineering, and as I said, I still love those 4 years of my engineering, and it is not gone waste. Whatever I have learned, I have tried to adopt it in filmmaking. I am technically sound in filmmaking because I'm an engineer, and engineering life has given me kirik party. So life is always designed in a way where it will take you through the path so that when you realize your passion, whatever you have done until now unknowingly is going to help you in the future. So if you have not realized what is your passion yet, that's completely fine. Someday you will realize, but keep looking forward to it. And the day you realize what is your passion, please don't do anything else. Follow your passion. Don't be scared. Uh, just walk in one path. Don't look around. There might be people who will come and tell you that this is not this might not give you success. People have told me, my own friends have told me at one point that I think you should get back to IT. But yeah, if you give your 100%, I'll promise you that life will never disappoint you. Life will give you success someday. Just walk with a very positive mindset and look forward for the good experience, and never consider failures as a bad experience. Failures are even better experience than success, and trust me, I can tell you this from my own experience. So yes, I think that's all I had to say.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rakshit. That was quite inspirational. So actually, before we start the Q&A session, I request you to release a Career Guidance Handbook 2020.
Okay.
That's a curated handbook by experts on developing effective career guidance and information.
So let's
please do launch it.
Release the book then. Yeah, let's launch the book.
Thank you. And this book will be available in the Hindu offices across Karnataka.
I hope the book helps all of you, in guiding and choosing your career path. So I would like to thank the Hindu EducationPlus for coming up with this book, because this is going to help a lot of all the students around.
Thank you, Mr. Rakshit. So there are a lot of questions, and we have picked some, and a lot of questions are lined up for you, Mr. Rakshit. The first one is from Anil Kumar.
Okay.
He's asking, I can be motivated for a very short duration, and after that I feel low. How to fight with this problem?
Now why this happens is, again, when you are scared of failures, that's when you are demotivated. Everybody wants success. Everybody wants success, but trust me, to find success, first you need to see failures, because failures are the ones which will prepare you for success, which will make you strong for success, which will teach you that where you have gone wrong, and where exactly you have to change a few things. So as soon as we are scared of failures, that's when we are demotivated. But if we walk in a mindset where, okay, I am passionate towards this, I am doing this because I love doing it, not because it is going to give me something, or this, success is my only aim. If you start doing this because of your passion, then obviously, as long as you're enjoying it, you're not demotivated. And if you're ready for failure and success both, then there is no demotivation at all. So most of us think that failure is wrong. The society has programmed us that way, that failure is bad, but that is not the truth. You see any of the most successful people, two things you can see in common is they have all gone under failures, repeated failures. Even after success, they have again found failures to come where they have come today. And the second thing what you can see is their passion. They have succeeded in that field because they have followed their passion. They are passionate about that field. Now, I can't be a I can't be passionate about filmmaking, but but find success in an IT job. That is not possible. I can find success in my life only when I follow my passion. Yes.
And he also wants to know, since you used to work in plays and theaters before, have you ever wanted to adapt plays and theater works into your movies also? And when can we expect one more film related to engineering?
Related to?
Engineering?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yes, there are a lot of plays. Obviously, someday I want to make them, but more than that, there are stories inside me. Many more stories which I want to get it out first before I start making films which are written by others. Uh, and yeah, one more engineering film. I think yes, we. I have like a couple of films in lineup, and in between we want to shoot Cake Party 2 someday.
Okay.
So that's going to be fun for sure. So let's, yeah.
One Miss Aishwarya wants to know, who's your role model?
Ah, so I to be frank, I don't have one particular role model. I look up to everyone who has followed their passion and worked really hard to be what they are doing. There are many people like that. But role model, because I know every human being is different. So I don't want to be like somebody else. I want to be myself, and I want to be the best of myself. That's my goal. So if there is the best of myself, then that's my role model. But yes, otherwise, we come from a land where legends have walked on this land. You know. There are figures like Krishna, there are figures like Rama, there are figures like Shiva, who have walked on this land, and I don't think they are the best role models. I mean, if you consider them as characters, not as godly figures, if you consider them as humans who walked on earth but achieved a lot of things as humans. Obviously, as the time passes, we make every human god if they achieve something. So if you consider that, then I think they are one of the biggest role models, because they've taught a lot of things to us.
Okay. Sri Lakshmi Kulkarni says, hello sir, should I learn cinematography in institution, or I can learn it on sets with only basics of photography in my mind?
If you are 19, obviously you better go to the film institute and learn, because obviously you'll get to learn more when you start working in the field. But the basic knowledge what you will require, you'll study that in cinematography school. And if you're 19, 20, 21, then I think you should go to the school, because it's a good medium where you can learn cinematography.
Okay. There's another question here. How to be motivated all time? Usually I'm active only when I watch motivation videos, and later I get depressed with some day-to-day issues, and I have to watch motivation videos again and start from the beginning again.
I see it might happen for some time. Probably at your age, even I have been through that. And motivational films and motivational books definitely will motivate you. And there's nothing wrong in going back to those books again and again, reading it until you come to a place where you don't need it anymore. So if you are if the books are motivating you, or if the films are motivating you, please go through it. There's nothing wrong in it. But as I said, if you are not concerned about failure, if you don't care about failure, or if you consider, even if I see failure in the future, I learn something out of it and move forward, then you don't need anything else to motivate you. If you walk this life uh, as life is a wonderful experience. Everything what comes in your life, you probably at that point might think that, okay, this is a bad thing which has happened to me, or oh, I didn't want this experience in life. But trust me, after 1 year or 2 years, when you get out of that and look back at it, you will know what you have learned from that experience. So there is nothing bad in life, there is nothing good in life. Obviously everything is good in life, to be frank. So everything is a good experience. So don't be scared of failures, don't be scared of anything. Failures in work, failures in relationships, or failure in any field for that matter. Everything happens for good. You will only learn something out of it and move forward, and someday you will get over it and move forward anyways. Then why spoil your head now? Why get demotivated now? Because you know that 5 days down the line, or 5 years down the line, you would have moved out of it. So yeah, just keep walking with a very positive attitude.
One Mr. Pramod Jayaprakash. He says, I'm 44 and I'm passionate about several things which I'm not pursuing beyond pastime. What would help me to identify one that I want to go for? And he also wants to know, you're interested in arts and literature since your childhood?
Yeah. So I would say, if you have options, like, then try out everything once and see what did you enjoy the most. For example, if you are, if you are interested in writing a story, and if you're also interested in, exploring places and writing about it, then try both of it and see which what did you enjoy the most, this or this. And if you enjoyed writing inside a room, then write inside a room. If you're enjoying traveling places and enjoying that, writing about it, then do that. Whatever you enjoy the most, that is what you should do, I believe. And yes, I was a ferocious leader, right from my childhood. I mean, I started from Tinkle, and I moved on to, I think I finished every Tinkle available, in the market until I was in, like, what, 6th standard. Every Amar Chitra Katha, every small books by then. And I think 7th I started reading the books like, Tintin, Asterix, all that. And 9th standard I shifted to novels. And I've been reading fictional and non-fictional both since then. I think more of non-fictional after my 12th standard. So yes, and yeah, in terms of writing, I think I had written a few plays. My first play, the first play which I wrote was when I was in 6th standard, and it was not like, I took a pen and a paper and I wrote. I just got my friends along, and I knew the story. I had already formed the story in my head. So I told each of my friends to tell this dialogue, you tell this dialogue, you tell this dialogue. Okay, this is one scene. Next scene. Okay, you tell this dialogue, you tell this dialogue. Okay, this is one scene. So this is how I constructed scenes then. I didn't write it. But when I came to college, then I started writing songs. Like, I used to write lyrics for songs which already existed. I mean, there is already a tune. So I used to rewrite lyrics for those tunes. Most of it was naughty songs to just entertain my friends as well. But yes, again, I explored my talent there. So I think I started writing more when I came to Bangalore, and I started, as I said, I was working in IT field, and I used to only work for 3 hours because I should finish my work in 3 hours, and the rest 5 hours I used to either write or read something. So yeah.
Ms. Nivedita N. Good morning, sir. It has become fate that a successful person or hero undergoes so many trolls. At that time, how do you make up your mind and how do you take that?
See, how do I take up is, see, my universe is inside me. Outside, the whole, I can see the whole world, but it is again my perception. So the whole universe is built inside me. What I think is is again inside. So for me, what others talk doesn't matter. They do not exist in my world. Uh, People who spread love, obviously, since they're spreading love, I include them in my world. But people who are spreading hatred, I don't include them in my world. And as when they don't exist in my world, I don't care what they talk about, what they troll me about, or I really, it doesn't matter to me. And I believe, it shouldn't matter to anyone, to be frank, because you're supposed to be happy, and construct your world in such a way that you're always happy. Don't construct your world including people where they're projecting negative thoughts at you. I mean, listen to them, but keep them out of your world. They exist, but they exist outside your world, not inside you.
Thank you, Mr. Rakshit. As the saying goes, no, every failure is a stepping stone.
Exactly.
So it was very inspirational and powerful speech, and I'm sure participants would have got benefited out of it. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for
Thank you
being
so
in
much.
our Hindu platform.
Pleasure being here. Pleasure being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's the next question?
Good, huh? Thank you.
Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Take your first step toward a future in excellence.
East-West Group of Institutions with over 50 years of academic excellence, offering courses in engineering, architecture, management, pharmacy, nursing, degree, PUC and Polytechnic at Campus 1 Magadi Road and Campus 2 Yalahanka New Town, Bengaluru. Your journey to a great future begins with us.
Embark on a gainful career, a career that gives you immense returns. The Company Secretary course. The Companies Act 2013 confers a special status to Company Secretary as the key managerial personnel and has bracketed him along with Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer or Manager, Whole-Time Director or Chief Financial Officer. So, what does this mean for you? That there is no dearth of lucrative employment once you complete this course. The Company Secretary course opens up a world of new opportunities. Here's how you can start your journey of growth. The pathway to become a Company Secretary starts with the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Exam, CSEET. Graduating to the executive program and finally moving up to the professional program. After that, you have to take the pre-membership training followed by the CS membership. Company Secretary course is the perfect gateway into the corporate world and provides the perfect opportunity to lead the governance culture too. For the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Test, the eligibility is 10+2 and for Executive Program, students having passed CSEET and Foundation Program are eligible. Choose an excellent career opportunity as a Company Secretary with ICSI.
The Best Medical Entrance Training Institute of the Year South India Award goes to Shaheen Group of Institution. Dr. Abdul Qadir established Shahi Group of Institution at Bidar in the year 1989 to educate the poor and marginalized mass of Bidar district. He started it as a visionary endeavor in one-room tenement accommodating 18 students and now has evolved into a major center of academic excellence.
Shaheen Civil Service Academy offers 3-year BA BSc BCom integrated with UPSC, a dedicated program for most of the esteemed careers such as IAS, IPS, IFS, CA, CAD and CLAD. It also offers 1-year exclusive course for UPSC, a professionally designed course structure dedicated to meet complete requirements of UPSC.
Acharya Bangalore B School ABBS, established over a decade ago in India's technology corridor. ABBS is one of the fastest growing institutes which draws top students across the country. Accredited by NAC A grade, NBA and IACBE USA, ABBS represents the finest quality of education and real-world experiences. Witness true experiential learning at ABBS and learn from top faculty and industry experts. ABBS offers programs such as MBA, MCOM, PGDM, BBA, BBA Aviation Management, BCom, BCA, BA Journalism and BSc Biotechnology and Genetics. Take control of your career. Apply now. Call us at 9141707070 or visit us at www.abbs.edu.in. Start your journey with ABBS. One campus, infinite dreams.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. A warm welcome to the Hindu Education Plus Career Counseling Digital Conclave second session. Over the next 4 days, experts from the industry will talk about career opportunities in various streams like commerce, architecture, law, pure science, medicine, engineering, administrative services, etc. I'm Anuja Ganesh from the Hindu Group and I'll be moderating the sessions. We have had an overwhelming response for the conclave with over 10,000 plus logged in from different cities. Thanks to the students and parents who have registered for this webinar. Thanks to our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors, Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. And our silver sponsors are East-West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions, Bidar, Gnanadarshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We begin our second session about commerce and management. We have with us Dr. Joshi. Dr. Jogish has 26 years of experience, which includes 7 years in banking and financial service sector and 18 years of teaching management students. He is currently working as principal in Sai Vidya First Grade College, Yelahanka, Bangalore. He is also a consultant trainer for various corporates in the finance domain, like Goldman Sachs and HAL. Over to Dr. Jogish.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. First of all, am I visible and audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the pleasantries. And first, I would like to thank the Hindu Group for giving this platform to showcase the opportunities available in commerce and management. I was also listening to Rakshit's motivational speech. I think it had a lot to give for the youngsters. Basically, you need to be passionate about what you want to do. Whereas my domain is more or like you need to be passionate and you need to have a goal-oriented approach with regard to commerce and management. Because there is a general feeling that commerce and management is something which is easy and it's meant for those who do not get into engineering, and such students could join commerce and management. But let me change that perception and opinion. Today, the Indian economy has more to offer to commerce and management students rather than engineers or scientists. That's my opinion. Over 25 years, I've observed and experienced that the job opportunities are plenty for commerce and management students. And if with proper mindset and attitude and with the right certifications, you could go right up to the top. And there is nothing like you need to be an engineer to be a CEO or something like that. Today, there are many guys who are without technical background who are leading organizations. So I thank Hindu who has given me this platform to change that perception and mindset. And I would like to start my session with a presentation. And I would keep a lot of the time in the end for the questions, because many of the students would have questions with regard to what to do with regard to the commerce and management. My presentation is structured in 3 phases. First would be what to do after your 12th standard commerce, and then what to do after your degree in commerce. What are the certifications required to make a successful career in commerce and management? And finally, what are the opportunities available? Where are the opportunities available? And this is how my presentation would be. I would like to take the questions in the end. So I would like to start off. My presentation is visible, Anuja? Okay, thank you. Commerce and management, the way forward. So let me just run through the presentation in a very short period of time. So let us first look at the current scenario about the Indian economy. See, India is emerging as the back-end office for the entire world. Okay, all the multinational companies, in fact, even the US government and some of the South American countries have outsourced their back office work to India. So this gives tremendous job opportunities for the commerce and management graduates, because it's not something which is technical in nature. It is more of an storing and accounting and classifying the data, which is the domain of commerce and management students. In India, as of now, more than 500 registered and recognized financial and allied BPOs, KPOs, LPOs are in India. And what happens is that this provides a lot of job opportunities for all the commerce and management graduates. Again, it doesn't mean that just because you complete it, you get into this. You need to have the proper expertise and with proper certifications. In India, the demand for the commerce and management graduates far exceeds the supply. That is, there are so many job opportunities available in the government and the non-government sector. But the issue is with regard to the skills. So we have BCom and BBA graduates passing out in lakhs, but they're not able to find the right type of job. The reason being that they don't have the proper skill set. They just feel that, once I do my BCom, I will be welcomed in any of this BPO, KPO, or LPO, or any banks, or any sunrise industry like insurance, or mutual funds, or stock exchanges. What we need to understand is that while doing our commerce or management education with proper mindset and certifications, definitely we could land a good job, or even we could start our own practice. There's nothing like you need to go for a job. You could even start your own practice. As I said again, skilled human resource is the challenge. So, like Rakshit was saying in morning, that passion, you need a passion for it. So you cannot just have a degree and say that I have all the skills. You need to have proper skill set, and with a proper passion. I want to become a CEO in 20, 25 years, or I want to become a chartered accountant in 10 years. You need to have a goal, but this goal cannot be achieved without proper what do you call process, training, and all that. Of course, passion should run through all the 10 years. As somebody was asking Rakshit, I get motivated for 1 hour and next 2 hours I don't get motivated. If you have motivation for the 10 years, then I think you will reach the very top. So what I would like to say from this slide is that the demand for commerce and management graduates is very high. Only thing, you need proper skill set and proper certifications to go for. In case you want to go for a job, you could always go opt for higher education, which I will cover in the next 2-3 slides. So this is the current scenario. And one more slide would interest you all. You could just go through it, self-explanatory. India is going to become the reason I'll tell you guys is our population. If you know that our population is the second largest in the world, we have a population of around 120 crores. The population of US is just 33 crores. The population of UK, if you have any idea, is only 7 crores. The population of Karnataka is more than the population of UK. So our population is so huge that just imagine, with the government initiatives, all of us need to have an account. So you can just imagine 120 to 125 crore people opening accounts in banks. That leads to massive amount of financial inclusion. So recently I saw an ad by SBI. The number of customers of SBI far exceeds the population of America. So America has a population of 33 crores, whereas the customers of SBI is 50 crores. So you could just imagine the potential that is there for commerce and management graduates in India, especially in the banking sector. Coming to banks, I already said every year in the organized sector, you have 1.5 lakh jobs in banks. In the organized sector, I mean cooperative banks, scheduled banks, urban cooperative banks, rural development banks, commercial banks, private banks. Every year, more than 1.5 lakh jobs are created for commerce and management graduates in the year. And not only that, the government, the state governments and the central government also has huge potential. They recruit in large numbers. Recently, I was very happy to see that the government of Karnataka recruited MBA finance graduates, which was never there earlier. So if you do an MBA finance after your graduation, they are recruiting for government jobs. The government of Karnataka recently they have created some post called as district officer. He would be in charge of the entire district for the financial part, and they're recruiting MBA finance guys. So it's a very welcome trend, and because earlier MBA was not recognized as an entry to government jobs, but today MBA is also recognized as an entry to government jobs. So this is what I wanted to tell you, that commerce and management has a lot of potential to offer. Now coming to the specific, like what to do after 12th. I've done PUC commerce. So what do I do after 12th? I mean, this could be useful to you, your friends, your family. So there is a mindset that after 12th, I'll just go to BCom or BBA. It's not like that. There are n number of courses you could take up. The common being BCom. The reason is BCom is cherished by everyone because it has a direct link to the Chartered Accountant course, CA, and the Cost and Management Account and Company Secretaryship. If you do your BCom, you are directly eligible to enter into Inter CA. So that is why everybody prefers BCom. After you complete your BCom successfully, 3 years, you can straight walk into CA Inter and start writing for the CA Inter. That is why everybody prefers BCom, which is not available with other courses. Then you have the Bachelor's of Business Administration. The difference would be BCom and BBA. In BCom, there is more emphasis on the accounting part, accounting and taxation. Whereas in BBA, it's more of the managerial aspects like HR, marketing, and also some finance thrown in between. Then you have BMS, which is similar. It all depends on the university nomenclature. For example, in Bangalore University, there are 3 universities. Some of them call it BBM or BBA or BMS. It is all, more or less the same. After 12th, you could also get into CA. There is nothing like you need to do a degree to start your chartered accountancy. But you need to take up a foundation course and do an exam and then get into chartered accountancy. This is waived off if you do the BCom. If you do the BCom, this foundation course is waived and you could straight get into Inter. Then you have the integrated law course. Today, many colleges are offering, like you could do your BA along with LLB, 2 years of BA, 3 years of BA and LLB. So after 5 years, you complete both the BA and LLB. Then you have Bachelor of Business Studies, which is again just an offshoot of your BBM. You could also get into your hotel management course. Rakshit was saying in the morning about you need to be passionate about what you do. I know many guys who have done their engineering from IITs, and but they shifted to cooking. So it's all about the passion. So I want to be a hotelier. I want to start a hotel. I want to become a restaurateur, or I want to get into front office or housekeeping. So if you have a passion for that, after your PU Commerce, you could get into BHM. But BHM is a 4 years course, post which you could get into any of the star hotels in either front office or housekeeping, or into the marketing part, whatever. Then you have Bachelor of Economics, again an abridged version of your BA Economics. Then you have specific financial course, Bachelor of Finance and Accounting, where you study more of finance and accounts only. In BCom, you have some management subjects, but in BFA, this would be avoided. Now come to BCA, that is Bachelor of Computer Applications. There is a lot of confusion, sir, I have done my PU Commerce, can I do BCA? Yes, you can do. There is nothing like you need to do science to do BCA. Even if you do your commerce second PUC in 12th standard commerce, you could do your BCA, and that is nothing stops you from doing BCA. Saying that, sir, I need some science background, nothing like that. If you are doing a commerce, also you could get into that. All the courses which I put here is basically for those who have done 12th standard commerce. So any of this you could take it up. I will share this with the moderator, and maybe I request her to share it with all the participants. Then BSc Applied Mathematics, again, there is nothing like you need to have a science background. Applied Mathematics is basically again for the business fundamentals. BSc Statistics is another course. And BMM, that is for journalism and mass media. Today, uh, if you want to get into media, you need a course of this nature. All these courses are available to you after your 12th standard. Some more courses are there which are, see, today what has happened after the UGC and the what do you call the government MHRD, which is right now called as Ministry of Education, opened up the education sector. Universities are having the flexibility and the autonomy to offer courses which best suits the industry demand and what the industry requires. So today you have a lot of courses coming up which you have never heard of. You could just see here in event management, there are universities which offer you degree in event management, how to organize and manage events. These are all dynamic, and again they're all passion oriented. You have a passion towards that, but just have you, if you're having a passion, sorry, you heard of Rakshit. He had a passion, but don't forget he did his engineering. So to give dreams to your passion and goal, you need a degree. You need a basic degree. You cannot just say that after 12th I have my passion and dream, I'll go and explore the world. You need a degree to back you up. So these are those courses in event management. Then of course today a very promising course, especially for the girls. You have Bachelor of Fashion Design, where you spend a lot of time. And in Bangalore University it is 4 years. It's not 3 years, and you could get into that. Then B.Ed, that is for if you want to get into teaching, especially the primary school and the higher secondary school, you need to do B.Ed. Then you want to get into sports, that is Bachelor of Physical Education. So you have so many, and the last one, Bachelor of Social Work. I hope you know, guys, today that the every company in India need to keep aside a part of their profits for the social responsibility, which is called a CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility. So today companies are really looking out for guys who have done this course, Bachelor of Social Work, because they would be involved in social work, and they would be in a best position to guide the company as to where they can spend their money on, and also get government recognition on the same. So these are all the courses available to a guy who has passed out of his 12th standard commerce. And my initial suggestion would be to, like, please take a a small degree, in whatever you are interested in, before you start pursuing your dreams or passion, because the basic degrees must even to avail of any government schemes. So today government is there to help you with so much of financial and more moral and marketing support, but even the government insists that do you have a basic degree. So you need a basic degree to take advantage of all the benefits that's available. So these are the various courses available to you after 12th, not just BCom and BBA. You could do any of these courses. And guys, after your PUC, you could also do non-conventional courses. It's not that you just need to look into only BCom, BBA. Today, so many courses. I just picked this up, and I saw that there is a lot of demand for these courses. So you could do some non-conventional, conventional courses like rural studies. Why, sir? Why would I do a degree and get into rural studies? The reason being that, again, funding. The government is spending 10 to 15% of the annual budget on rural development. So nobody is specialized in that. Nobody knows what is rural study, and nobody knows how our, especially India, how the rural setup is. How many of you know? How many of us know, rather? Sorry, what is the panchayat setup, and how the fund flows from the central government to the state government to the district level to the taluk level, and taluk level to the panchayat level. How the fund flows, how the funds are augmented, distributed. So that is where the demand is. So if you can do a course in that, that would be great. Then you have some other courses which are very very peculiar and specific to a particular individual personality or a trait, like spa management. Today, because of the heavy, not now, sorry, due to the COVID, incomes are restricted, but maybe after 1 year, all of us would have a lot of disposable incomes. We all would like to go out with the family, and a day will come when every week I will go to the spa and get my health checkup and get some sort of a relaxation done. So you need a degree in that spa management, how to manage a spa, tea tasting. I happened to visit an institute called Indian Institute of Plantation Management, where there is a course, tea tasting. And guys, let me tell you, so the tea which is coming from all the plantations, first it is checked by a taster. Do you know how much he gets? Salary, he gets around 2 to 3 lakhs a month just for tasting the tea and telling whether it is okay. So that is again a course you need to do. Then habitat policy, it talks about urban planning and how to make shelters, land augmentation. Gerontology is another. Gerontology is like a healthcare worker. Today all the youngsters after your degree, you go for higher education, then you settle down in cities. Then who will look after our parents at old age? So today there is a lot of demand for people who are specialized in looking after uh, aged parents and people who are aged above 65 years. So these are not doctors. They are not doctors. They are only. You don't have to be a doctor to do MBBS to get into this. You just need certain skills to look after the aged people, and there is a lot of demand for this gerontology. You could also do courses in that. Then food flavorism, you are seeing a lot in YouTube channels. Many YouTubers are there. They go and visit a lot of hotels, taste the food, and tell whether it is good or not. You could get into that. Pet grooming. Today, all of us want a pet. Today, uh, working couples do not want kids, but they want pets. So the reason is there is demand for that. So these are some of the I cannot say that I've covered everything. I just felt that these are a bit unique, and somebody may be interested in that. And if any one of you have a question, sir, where do I get these courses? You can just Google it. You will get a lot of universities offering these courses as a degree. You could do that also after your 12th standard. Now comes like once you complete your bachelor's degree, like in any of those courses which I just mentioned, like BCom, BBA, whatever, a number of courses are there. What do I do after my bachelor's degree? These are the traditional courses. It all depends on the state you are in, yeah, or the country you are in. If you go to US, they don't call it as CA or something. They call it as certified planner. So you could do any of these courses. Masters in commerce. The advantage of masters in commerce would be a direct entry to the teaching field. You could get into teaching the PUC and the government. Government. Whenever government recruits for the teaching, that is in the aided or the government universities, they would prefer MCom graduates. MBA is your key to the corporate world. You could do your MBA in finance, and I said recently the government also has opened up for recruiting MBA in finance. And I don't want to talk much about it because there's a lot of information available about MCom and MBA. Then, of course, those of you are passionate about chartered accountancy, company secretaryship, or cost and management accountant, sorry. So those who do BCom, you could get direct entry in the inter for CACS and CMA. And there are some other specific courses like certified bank manager program. You want to become a banker and grow up in the ladder. So I hope you all know how the bank works. You enter as a probationary officer through IBPS. After that, you become an assistant manager. Then you become a deputy manager. Then you become a manager. Then you become a deputy general manager. Then general manager, like that you go. You could go up to general manager, but beyond general manager, it's all about how you get to become an executive director, and how you what do you call get into the chairman of the bank, which again is vetted by the RBI and the government. So you could grow up to general manager. Beyond general manager is left up to the government. Diploma in Banking and Financial Services, again, a very good course, which again gets you ready for the career in banking and finance. Certified, these are all the courses which are available, guys, like after your degree. So after your degree, you could either go for a job or you could go for your higher education. In case you are going for a higher education, you could do all these courses. Again, I'm restricting myself to the finance domain. I'm not going beyond that. If you see, all the courses mentioned here are in the finance domain, so you could get into any of this. But if you ask me specifically, like, sir, where is the actually the, after degree, where do you think I should get into? See, guys, the sunrise industry is the BFSI, that is banking, financial services, and insurance. So the sunrise, that is, it is growing in India. It has started from past 10, 15 years. So after your degree, I think you should all, comfortably get into the BFSI industry, because that is where the growth is. And it doesn't require technical knowledge as like engineering or something. So with BCom, MCom, or BCom, MBA, or any of these courses, if you can get into the sunrise industry. One more important study is the actuary. I don't know whether you heard of it. Is the insurance. In insurance, there is something called actuary. Actuaries are in huge demand. Actually, there are no actuaries available in India. These are the guys who assess risk. For example, after taking car insurance and your car meets with an accident, so immediately you start claiming for the insurance. So the amount of insurance to be given to you is actually assessed by the actuary. So the actuary is you need to do a course, and it's very tough. You need to be strong in maths. But I think it's you could do it and get into this. There's huge demand for that actuary courses in insurance. Yes. Now, guys, after the BCom or during the BCom or any of the bachelor courses, I was saying, starting off my presentation, that I would take my presentation in three ways. First one would be the introduction, which I did. What are the courses available to you? But just doing this bachelor's degree would not be enough. So what I thought was that, let me tell the audience what are the additional certificate courses you need to do along with your degree. So these certificate courses not only give weight to your resume, but also add to your skills. That's what I'm saying. And be an ordinary BCom or a BCom with any of the certificate course, there's a lot of difference. So the moment you say, sir, I have some knowledge about GST, I have done a certificate program in GST, then you are viewed differently. Because if you say I'm a BCom guy, I don't know anything about GST, and GST is something, one subject I studied and I know nothing about it. Instead of that, while doing your BCom, if you could do a certificate course in GST, then it would add more value to your resume and the approach you have. So these are some of the certificate courses which all of you must do along with your degree. Do a certificate program, the income tax. What I would suggest is, especially income tax, we all study as a subject, but how many of us actually know how to get into the IT website and start filing the tax returns? So if, as a graduate, if I could do that, then it would be great. How much is the TDS and all that? So there are certificate courses and they're all free. I mean, all don't. My request is, please do not think these certificate courses are very costly. Today there is Coursera. There are so many online platforms, especially MOOC. How many of you heard of MOOC? I don't know. Massive open online courses launched by IITs. IITs are giving this NPTEL certifications on so many courses, and if you could do that, then definitely it adds a lot of value to you. So income tax auditing, regarding the gap and the IFS standards in India and the global standards, then banking and finance, then the international business, payroll processing. These are all some of the must-do courses along with your bachelor's degree, irrespective of what you're doing. You could do a BBA, BCom, or whatever. I feel that these are some of the certificate courses which you must add on to your during your 3 years of study. Maybe you could do two certification courses in the first year, in the second year another two, and so you could end up with six. And today it is the norm that you should know Excel and advanced Excel. So I've seen when companies come to our campuses for placement, where our students, they get 80%, 90%, but the problem is they're not getting placed. The reason being that apart from the university syllabus, they're not aware of anything else. So when you do these certificate courses, what happens is that it opens up the entire the entire financial world to you, and you feel that, God, I don't know anything, I hardly know anything. That is when your quest for knowledge starts, and you start enrolling. And if you see in the last I have mentioned, I would vouch for that. And as personally I've seen, it has worked out well for many of my students over the past 20-25 years. I always make them register for the NCFM course by NSE, National Stock Exchange. If you go log into the National Stock Exchange, NCFM offers so many modules which you should take up, and it's a very beautiful process. It takes you from the beginners module to the advanced module. There are more than 20-25 modules, and if you could complete that in your degree, companies will just grab you because you are very well versed with the capital and stock markets. So NCFM is again a certification program by NSE. You could just log into NSE website, and you could just go to the link in NCFM. And I have seen, and I don't say that you should do all the 25 courses. It is not possible to do also. At least some 5 to 6 modules if you could cover. Companies look at that. When you submit a resume, they don't look at what you scored. They just see what else you have done apart from your normal degree. So if you say that I have completed 6 modules from NCFM, and I have done my advanced tally, or I have done a certificate program in GST. See, you don't have to be a expert in GST, but at least if you do a certificate course, it says that yes, this guy is interested in that, or he has an inclination for that. Maybe if I could take him, it would be useful for me. So that's what I would suggest. Apart from the normal degree, whichever college you're doing, whichever university you're doing, please add on these certificate courses to you. Have a look at NCFM, and again, NCFM is not costly, guys. It's just for one module. Actually, the content is free. For taking up the exam, you need to pay 1,200 rupees plus GST. So comes to around 1,400 rupees, which I feel is worth it because of the content and the study material they give you. So these are, I've tried to make my presentation as economic as possible for the students, where they don't have to shell out a lot of money. And in fact, many of these courses are available free in Coursera. And I told you about MOOC. I would be happy if even if one of you could join MOOC, taking inspiration out of this presentation. MOOC is a massive open online courses offered by IITs. All the IITs have come together, and they are offering, especially during this COVID period where you are not able to go out. You could do this online courses offered by the IITs, and it adds a lot of value to your resume. And when you go for the job or the interview, it speaks more about you. So these are the certificate courses. This is about the CA. I'm not an expert in this, but I would like to just tell you how it works. There are a lot of information available in the open source, and you could get into that. Basically, you start with the foundation. After your 12th itself, you could do that. But I would suggest get into your degree. Once you get into your degree, you could see here IPCC. If you have cleared your degree, there is no need of a foundation course. And you straight get into inter, and in inter you need to clear 7 papers. Now it is 8 papers. There is an upgrade, and the first paper in inter has been merged with the paper number 5. Yeah, that leaves with 7 papers, correct. So it's tough. It's not a cakewalk, or sir, I've completed my BCom, so I'm done with inter. No, after BCom you have to take up inter exams. Only thing is, by doing the BCom, you get an way off of the foundation course. Again, in BCom, you need to score 55%. So, whatever information I have, I am sharing it with you. Uh, Once you clear this inter, you need to do an articleship for 3 years with under the guideship of a chartered accountant, and then go in for the final exam where you need to clear 8 papers. It's pretty tough. So these are the 4 levels. So by doing a degree, you come straight to the second level. By doing a BCom, you come straight to the second level. But by doing an BHM or a BCA, you could not come to that. You would have to take up the foundation course once again. You also have the CMA now, cost and management accountant. So they are more into costing, stock verification, and production related aspects, materials, and all that. So again, there again, if you see here, you have foundation. You could do it after your 10+2, or by doing the degree, you again get a wave off. You can straight get into the inter, and then the inter and the final. You could do that. So by doing the degree, you get BCom especially, but you get a direct entry into the inter. And here also, I missed out. I think after inter, there are 6 months of training which is required. Like in chartered accountancy, you need to do 3 years of articleship. Here also, you need to do 6 months of training. But due to the COVID situation, this year the government has waived it off, and you could take up the exams directly in the month of December. And this is the company secretary. Mm, Eligibility is again same. You could directly get into the executive by doing a degree, and the papers are not so as tough as your chartered accountancy. So these are the various options available to you after your 12th. You could get into a degree, do proper certificate courses, and after that, the world is open to you. You could go for an MBA, you could go for a MCom, you won't get a government job, you could go for chartered accountancy, company secretary, CMA, or you could even go for a job. I was saying that nearly every year the government and the private sector hires in huge numbers the commerce and management graduates. This is about my short presentation, and you could reach out to me on my mail. And thank you, Anuja, for this opportunity, and I'm
Thank you,
open
sir.
for questions.
Thank you. We'll move to the question and answer.
Yeah.
Ravi Gowda would like to know, can you please, one moment, sir. Ravi Gowda, can you please brief about ACCA course, its importance, its scope, salary package in India and abroad, and the subjects involved?
Yeah, see, the SEC has of late gained momentum in India, and what has happened is that it is more or less, if you go abroad, because I speak to a lot of my friends who are practicing abroad, you have more validation there in the foreign countries. And as regards the, again, I would suggest, even if you want to do that, the basic course would be BCom. So I would request you to first do a BCom with a proper fundamental, knowledge of accounting and taxation, with certificates, with certification programs. And I would say that it is more or less taking up the what do you call the uh, what do you have this the BCom fundamentals which the government has given with regard to the CFA. You could get into that, and it helps you a lot with the what do you call certification programs of the CA, and you could again go abroad and practice it there. I have not much idea about that, but I could say that it has more validity abroad in rather than in India. That's what is my opinion on that.
Sneha Rajan asks, good afternoon, sir. What are the courses which are equal to chartered accounting?
That's what I said. You could either do a CMA, that is cost and management accountant, or you could get into corporate secretary, or MBA finance, that is also equivalently good. MBA finance, as I said, guys, even the government is opening up to that. But equivalent to chartered accountancy, there's nothing like that. But you could always get into CMA or CS, that is called company secretary, or you could get into an MBA finance. But CA would give you an a prominent role in the finance department of the organization, where you will be in the decision making body, or you could also get into the your own practice. You could get into your own practice, and through your skills and connections, you could have a lot of clients. And today every organization has to have a auditor who is qualified. So I think apart from chartered accountancy, you could look at options like CMA and CS and MBA finance.
Abhishek Patil asks, sir, can I do CA course after second PUC science?
Yeah, as I said, after your second PUC, you could do your CA, but you need to take up the foundation course, and you need to clear the foundation course. And it's an objective type questions, I think, of for 200 marks to clear that. But my suggestion to you would be like after your PUC, get a basic degree, and by taking that basic degree, two benefits are there. One, you get to know how things work, and second would be you get a waive off on the foundation course. And after your degree, you could straight take up the inter exams, Join institutes who are offering you BCom with training for these inter subjects. Today, all institutes are offering, along with your BCom foundation course and all that. So, what you do is you should get into an institute which is offering BA with CA foundation courses. So, after your BCom, you can start preparing for inter and start writing. So after second PUC, nothing stops you from getting into CA. You could do that, but my suggestion would be do a degree. You get the benefit of the waive off of the foundation course, and also you could get into the mm, inter. You could straight away take up the inter exam.
Okay. Moaz Ahmad asks, I have done 12th in science stream, but want to do BCom or BBA. Which course will be perfect for science students in commerce degree?
Yeah, I would suggest him, out of my experience, to take up BBA because BCom would be more of accounts oriented, whereas BBA would give him, since he has a science background, it would give him more depth of the organizational knowledge in terms of HR practices and marketing functions. It covers so many managerial aspects and not restrict somebody's thinking to accounts only, which happens in the case of BCom. BBA opens him up to the all the other activities in the organization, not only to accounts, whereas BCom would restrict him only to accounts. That is my opinion.
Shreyal Shriram asks, hello sir, can you give some highlights on NEP and when it will implement? I'm in ninth class.
Oh, that's great. Like a ninth standard student is asking about NEP. Uh, really, NEP's implementation, I don't want to get into the political part of it. There are both pros and cons to it. The government has started out with a, brave, broad framework, and there I would have seen in papers about the benefits of it, and uh, I don't want to get into that. Now, regard to your question, the education system as such will go a drastic change with regard to the education. Usually, we have a 10 plus 2 plus 3 model in case of commerce, and 10 plus 2 plus 4 in case of the engineering model. That would change. That would change. So the bill is already passed in the parliament, and there is a lot of debate going on in the parliament. So once, if it is, I think then in the next academic year, NEP may be implemented. But please do not ask me whether it is good for the country or not. I don't want to get into the political part of it because I have my own take on that, which may not have the majority view. But however, I'm happy that a ninth standard student has asked this question. I think maybe with the majority this government is enjoying, I think it should be implemented.
Naman Agarwal is asking, sir, what are LPOs?
LPOs, very good question. See, these LPOs is related to the legal process outsourcing. What happens is, abroad, what happens, guys? The legal process is very costly. It's not like India. You can just pay 100 rupees and file a case and all that. If you go to countries like US, the legal process is very costly. You need to shell out a lot of money to file a case and all that. So what happens is that let me just give you an example of the US system where you have the federal court and the attorneys who take up your cases. So what happens is that these attorneys spend a hell lot of money on their juniors. If you would have seen, the senior lawyers have the juniors, and the junior lawyers have clerks and probationers working under them. So what happens is that the maintaining of the documents. Suppose I'm an attorney in US and I have around 500 to 1,000 cases. Now the cost of the documentation processing, I need to process the document, put up the document for file, and put it up for the case for the hearing. It costs a lot of money. I hope in America, in 1 hour you need to shell out some $10 to $15 as the minimum wages. So it becomes very difficult for an attorney in US to manage the legal process. So what he would do is he outsources the entire work to India. I don't want to say because of the cheap labor or something. I don't want to use that word. But due to a fraction of the amount he's spending in US, he could get the work done in India. For example, writing the document, typing it, and putting it up for a case could cost him around $100 in US. But the same work can be done in India by a guy by paying him some 500,000 rupees. So LPO is legal process outsourcing. So the entire legal work which can be done in US is outsourced to India, and at a fraction of the amount that is done in India, especially the documentation part. The documentation is very costly in the US. So all the Western countries outsource the legal work to Indians only with regard to the documentation. So the Indian LPOs will process the document, remind them of the date, call the clients, tell them about when is the case, when is it coming up for hearing. They'll put up the document, type the document, and give it, and they just send it over mail to the US attorneys, who in turn carry on the process as though they have done it. But actually, if you see, 30 to 40% of the legal process is outsourced to India and Philippines and Taiwan. Sorry, not Taiwan. I'm sorry, it's Vietnam. India, Philippines, and Vietnam. They are outsourcing it because the entire legal work can be done at a fraction of the cost that is being, absorbed by them in the foreign countries. So you have BPO, that is a business. KPO is knowledge. Again, regard to audit, doctors. See, doctors maintaining the records in US, very costly it is. So what doctors would do, a patient's record, they outsource it to India. So the Indians, maintain the documentation and refer it to the doctor as and when the need arises. LPO is the legal process.
Thank you, sir. She's just joining because I think they had some connectivity issue. I'll continue with the questions, sir.
Sure.
There is a question from one Mr. Suyesh. He's asking which degree can we choose if we want to move to HR as a profession if the guys wants to choose.
Yeah. If you remember, I spoke about Bachelor of Social Work. If you could see that in my presentation, there is a Bachelor of Social Work.
Yes, sir.
It perfectly suits the HR, and also a BBA, a BBM. In a BBM, in the final year, you have a specialization for HR, marketing, or finance. So she could choose either BSW, Bachelors in Social Work, or she could choose BBA, and in the final year she could take up the specialization HR, and then she could, after her degree, she could pursue the job prospects, or if she feels that she needs more domain-specific skills, she could do MBA HR, MSW, MHRM. There are so many courses, and I hope she definitely, her goal should be XLRI, Xavier Labor Relations Institute in Jamshedpur.
Yes,
XLRI is the world's premier HR institute, and her dream should be to get into that. But again, to get into that, you need a basic degree. It could be either BBA or PSW.
Correct, sir. Correct. One more very interesting question. Actually, this is from a student at 9th standard. The question is, I am planning to take commerce stream on 11th and 12th. Should I take maths as an optional subject? Are there any handicaps if I don't choose maths as a question? Whether maths is compulsory or I can just do it with maths? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, the reason is, let me give out my own example. I never wanted maths. So I just, it's something which I'm scared of. So,
oh God, okay.
Whereas Rakshit was saying that he got 100 out of 100 in maths. I was so happy, but maths is something, it's not my cup of tea. So what I did was and nice that somebody asked this question. There's nothing wrong in admitting what you're weak at. I took up commerce, accounts, economics, and statistics. I had always an option to take up maths, but I didn't do that because I was not very confident about it. But seeing the young, let me take the example of my own daughter. She's the opposite of me. She's very strong in maths. So what happens is that maths opens up an massive amount of opportunities to you. So I would request youngsters, like she's still in the ninth standard. So I would request her not to shy away from maths. Maths is very important, and doing maths would help her to get into BCA. She could complete her BCA, and it helps her in many ways. I think I told about actuarial studies in insurance. See, if you want to do actuarial studies in insurance, which again is commerce related, but you need to be very strong in maths. You need to be very strong in maths. So I think maths would give her a perfect, career goal with regard to getting into high-paid jobs. If she wants to get into a very high-paid jobs like algorithms, machine learning, maths would definitely help. But a pure commerce guy like me, we'll look at only at banking and chartered accountancy, where maths is not the key criteria.
Thank you, sir. That's very interesting. Anuja, you can take over. Yeah.
Thank you. Anand Patil asks, as I done BCA, can I do CA? Where are institutions to get into?
That I need to check on. I don't think there is any bar on that. There is nothing like just because you have done BCA, you cannot do CA. You can do CA, but I think that would again ask, you would have to again go back to the foundation course. So you will have to complete your foundation course, then do the inter, and then the articleship, and then the what do you call final exam. So there is nothing which prohibits you from doing CA, but again you need to go back to what you did after 12th. So after 12th, you are supposed to do foundation, which you have not done. Since you have not done BCom, you don't get a waive off. So you need to do foundation and again write the inter and clear the whole process. You will be treated as a guy with just who has passed out of 12th standard, though you have a BCA with you.
Uh, Another person asks, can I get some suggestions related to cracking of CPT and entering CA after 12?
Yeah, see, there are a lot of coaching institutes. So I don't suggest that, that's what I'm saying. When you join BCom in a good institute, I think that would be sufficient. Okay, when you join BCom in a good institute, that would be more than sufficient. And please take up some certification courses. That's what I said. Join those colleges where BCom is given along with CA as an add-on. Today, all colleges are giving. Please join colleges which are giving CA Foundation, CA Inter Coaching, which those institutes, if you join, all are giving. There is nothing like some colleges are giving. Maybe government and some good, government and aided colleges are not giving. But today, private institutions to attract good quality and to get good admissions, along with BCom, they are offering CA coaching as an add-ons. Of course, they will charge you a bit, and again, it's not too huge or something. They're charging some 3 to 5 thousand per annum, which I think is worth it. So I think they could look into those courses where they offer CA as a add-on to the normal coaching.
Okay. How about sports management as a future course? I'm studying class 10. I'm an Indian. I want to become investment banker in USA or UK. So can you please advise?
Then if you want to get into investment banker, then why sports management? I'm not able to understand.
It's two questions
So,
separate.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Anyhow, there is some, you need to be very clear because sports management and investment management is a different cup of tea. Sports management is totally different, and investment management. I think I can speak better on investment management rather than sports management. But one thing, sports management is offered as a degree. I think somewhere in north, I have seen some universities. So if you want to make a career in that, get into that. So please get into, if you are very passionate about sports management, you could do that. Today coaches are earning more than the players. You would have seen coaches are earning more than the players. I mean that's the way of how they look at it. So sports management is something you need to be specific about it. It's like filmmaking. You need to be passionate about it, and I want to be in that field. Investment management, yes, I can speak a lot on that. Investment management is something like you need to have your basic fundamentals in finance very strong. So definitely a BCom would help in that. BCom would give you the right foundation for getting into investment management, because ultimately accounts, finance, and taxation plays a key role in that. And after your BCom, you could get into your MBA in top institutes where investment management is a specialization. And okay, what is there are a lot of confusion. Investment management means buying and selling shares or something. Nothing like that. Investment management has so much things to offer: portfolio, derivatives, swaps. So many things are there. But I would suggest those who want to get into investment management, a BCom or a BBA would be the ideal platform to launch your career and get into. Again, there are a lot of I told you about certification courses which you could do during your degree, and post which you could get into MBA. MBA is the correct, or what should I say, the key to investment management. So MBA finance with projects in investment with investment bankers. Today there are so many investment bankers in India: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. So you could do your internship. My request is those who want to get into investment banking, please do your internship with such investment bankers, because internship with the investment banker during your MBA is the correct way to get into this domain.
I think again she got freezed.
No issues.
Yeah, yeah.
My
So I'll just
only worry is the I think I did not answer the first question properly
yes, yes, yes. In
on
fact,
ACCA.
yeah. In fact, that person asked that posted that again. Can you please help? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I don't have much clarity on that.
Okay,
However, I would give my mail ID and he could send me a mail. I would answer to his queries. That's
okay,
the
sir.
only
Okay.
issue. Yeah, I would
Yes.
request the first respondent to, I mean, the participant who asked the question. I request the Hindu team to share my mail ID. I will
Sure, sir.
respond.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
One person actually asked a very interesting question. He said, "What is the job of a CA? What exactly he does?" So he says, "It's a from a person called Naman." He's asking. I mean, we all talk about CA. So, what exactly a CA is doing?
So it's basically verification of the records. See, for example, I could say I'm running a profitable business.
Yes, sir.
I could have inflated my sales figure. I could have
Correct.
inflated my goodwill. I can inflate everything just to show more profits.
Correct,
Now,
sir.
who is going to stop me from doing that? Suppose I have sales of 500 crores. I can just show it as 5,000 crores. Then who has the authority to tell me, guy, you are doing something wrong? Stop it. So he's the guy.
Correct.
He's the CA is the guy who would start from the verification part. It's all
Okay.
about verification of the accounts given by the businessman. So suppose I am a businessman. End of the year, I have to prepare my profit and loss account and balance sheet. So I prepare the profit and loss account and balance sheet, and I submit it to the tax authorities for making the payment of tax. Now,
Correct.
who says that I am making the correct payment of tax? I may be understating my income. I may be overstating my income. I may be understating my expenses. I may be overstating my income. So, who is the right authority to tell me that, or who is the right authority to look into all this? He's the chartered accountant. Chartered accountant is the right person who will go through my accounts, my financial statements, and he will verify whether what I'm saying is correct or wrong. So and not only that, see, tomorrow if I'm selling my company, we have mergers and acquisitions. So mergers and acquisitions, now if I'm selling out my company, recently Mindtree sold out to L&T Infotech. Now when Mindtree is selling out L&T Infotech, now how much should L&T Infotech pay to Mindtree? So again, that is where the chartered accountant comes in. Sir, you pay so much. This company is worth so much. Again, what authority does he have to say that? He has seen the accounts. He has seen what are the cash flows, what is the profit after tax, what is the EBDT, the earnings before depreciation and tax, how many times of that we should pay. So in short, the chartered accountant's job is to verify the financial statements given out by the companies, whether it
Okay.
is true or they're inflating or there is something fishy.
Okay.
That is,
I
and
think
one more thing I want to add on. The days of saying whether it's correct or wrong is gone. Today, the chartered accountant is equally responsible as regards the information is concerned. Tomorrow, if the income tax authorities find that the chartered accountant has, in glove with the businessman, done something which is inappropriate, he is equally responsible to be punished, just like the
oh,
businessman. Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a very serious job. Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
very
a
important.
you cannot just write something and okay, whatever I give you, just say sign. No, tomorrow
Yes,
something goes wrong, you are equally you are going with me wherever I go.
correct. I hope we answered this question.
Yeah.
Next is a very, it's a kind of advice. There's a question from Sneha.
Hmm.
What she's asking is, what is the right time to prepare for banking exams when they are doing the course? Say, I believe she's doing BBA.
Hmm.
But it's time to do the doing the course itself, prepare for bank exams, or complete the course, then you do a proper preparation. Which is the right approach?
No, at the beginning of the fifth semester,
Oh, okay.
when she has decided on her specialization, that is when, see, in BBA, she would have a specialization. So, beginning of the fifth semester, I think, is the ideal time. I would suggest, nothing like, taking a bullet round of coaching or something. I would always suggest, daily spending half an hour on the previous IBPS question papers. It's a lot of tutorials are available free. So maybe daily she could spend not just even 1 hour, daily half an hour would suffice. And daily she could solve those questions, and over a period of 1 year she would get the right inclination towards that, and maybe not in the first attempt, at least in the second attempt she should get through. It's not a rocket science or something. Beginning of the fifth semester would be the correct and ideal time.
So it is better to do it in the fifth semester, last year.
Yes. Once she has decided on the specialization, that is the correct time to do it.
Yeah, Anuja, you can take over here.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Jogesh. It was very informative speech for everyone. I hope the participants have found it helpful and useful. Thank you. And I would also like to thank our sponsors and thank you for making time for us. The third session will start at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Take your first step toward a future in excellence.
East-West Group of Institutions with over 50 years of academic excellence, offering courses in engineering, architecture, management, pharmacy, nursing, degree, PUC and Polytechnic at Campus 1 Magadi Road and Campus 2 Yalahanka New Town, Bengaluru. Your journey to a great future begins with us.
Embark on a gainful career, a career that gives you immense returns. The Company Secretary course. The Companies Act 2013 confers a special status to Company Secretary as the key managerial personnel and has bracketed him along with Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer or Manager, Whole-Time Director or Chief Financial Officer. So, what does this mean for you? That there is no dearth of lucrative employment once you complete this course. The Company Secretary course opens up a world of new opportunities. Here's how you can start your journey of growth. The pathway to become a Company Secretary starts with the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Exam, CSEET. Graduating to the executive program and finally moving up to the professional program. After that, you have to take the pre-membership training followed by the CS membership. Company Secretary course is the perfect gateway into the corporate world and provides the perfect opportunity to lead the governance culture too. For the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Test, the eligibility is 10+2 and for Executive Program, students having passed CSEET and Foundation Program are eligible. Choose an excellent career opportunity as a Company Secretary with ICSI.
The Best Medical Entrance Training Institute of the Year South India Award goes to Shaheen Group of Institution. Dr. Abdul Qadir established Shahi Group of Institution at Bidar in the year 1989 to educate the poor and marginalized mass of Bidar district. He started it as a visionary endeavor in one-room tenement accommodating 18 students and now has evolved into a major center of academic excellence.
Shaheen Civil Service Academy offers 3-year BA BSc BCom integrated with UPSC, a dedicated program for most of the esteemed careers such as IAS, IPS, IFS, CA, CAD and CLAD. It also offers 1-year exclusive course for UPSC, a professionally designed course structure dedicated to meet complete requirements of UPSC.
Acharya Bangalore B School ABBS, established over a decade ago in India's technology corridor. ABBS is one of the fastest growing institutes which draws top students across the country. Accredited by NAC A grade, NBA and IACBE USA, ABBS represents the finest quality of education and real-world experiences. Witness true experiential learning at ABBS and learn from top faculty and industry experts. ABBS offers programs such as MBA, MCOM, PGDM, BBA, BBA Aviation Management, BCom, BCA, BA Journalism and BSc Biotechnology and Genetics. Take control of your career. Apply now. Call us at 9141707070 or visit us at www.abbs.edu.in. Start your journey with ABBS. One campus, infinite dreams.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. A warm welcome to the Hindu Education Plus Career Counseling Digital Conclave, third session. Over the next 4 days, experts from the industry will talk about career opportunities in various streams like commerce, architecture, law, pure science, medicine, engineering, administrative service, etc. I'm Anuja Ganesh from the Hindu group and I'll be moderating the sessions. We have had an overwhelming response for the conclave with over 10,000 plus logged in from different cities. Thanks to the students and parents who have registered for this. Thank you to our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. And our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions Bidar, Gnana Darshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We'll begin our third session about architecture. We have with us A.R. Leena Kumar. She's the founder and principal of Kumar Consultants. She is the chairperson of IIID, that is the Institute of Indian Interior Designers, Bangalore chapter, and currently the chairperson of IIA, Indian Institute of Architects, Karnataka chapter. Her firm was one of the 9 designs shortlisted for 423 entries received for the Global Design Competition for the National War Memorial at New Delhi. Her works have been published in several newspapers and magazines. She has been a jury member for several design competitions and architecture schools to evaluate students' work. Welcome, A.R. Leena. Over to you.
Thank you, Anuja.
Thank you.
Let me begin by telling you a little bit about architectural practice and the profession of architecture. So by the end of the session, you may be in a better place to make a decision. To begin with, I would say the best decision I've made in my life is to become an architect. Through my professional career as an architect, I've traveled across the country and outside, which I would not have otherwise done. Architecture is a profession that uses both sides of your brains. There's the creative side that allows you the freedom of expression, of form, of color, of style, of material, of volume, and many more nuances of design. To understand the effects of the various aspects of design expression takes time on the job, and eventually it defines you. So if I have to explain myself a little more clearly to those of you who are considering architecture as a career, I would say that when you go to visit your friend's house or apartments, there will be some houses or apartments that you like, and there may be some that you dislike. And if you begin to critically analyze the homes that you have liked, and further try to understand why you have liked some and why you have disliked some, and then you begin to compare the two. If you logically and consciously begin to compare the two, you will start beginning to understand architecture. And you will learn through architecture school what are these details that distinguish architecture from buildings. Why is it that there's some spaces that you like to visit, and why is it that there's some spaces that make you feel good, and while the others perhaps are just average, or some that you don't like at all. And that really defines architecture. Then you have the study of climate and how buildings must relate to climate. You will learn climatology and how different climates have resulted in different building typologies. So ideally, really, if you design to suit a climate, you will find that every space, every city, every nation has its own architecture that is directed by its climate. Of course, there are other conditions like culture, but climate is a fairly strong form of it. And you learn all of that through your architecture school. And with today's technology, you can simulate climatic conditions. You can measure temperatures inside and outside a building. You could simulate air movements, and thereby you can design ventilation, sunlight, and how they can all be modified with material, with structure, with the placement of windows, with the area of windows, and so on. It could be a fairly technical subject. And if you wish to understand it well, then you can go into it with much more detail. And if you're not so inclined to understanding the technicalities of climatology to great detail, then you could use a consultant whose strength is in climate factors that lend itself to human comfort. Eventually, architecture is about designing for human comfort. However, you would always need to have a fair idea of the subject in its conceptual form, at least. So for those of you who like numbers and formulae, it's a good subject in architecture for you to specialize in. If you want to crack into actual temperature differences, if you actually want to work on what are the different kinds of materials that affects temperature, placement of windows, it could be a specialization. Then there's history of architecture. The history of architecture is a subject that perhaps may not appeal to you at the moment, considering your age, you're young, and you might find history a little boring. I found that boring when I was a student, and I never understood why I should learn about historical buildings when I would never design a building like that. That's what I always thought. But looking back, I wish I had paid attention, because there's so much to learn from the history of architecture and historical buildings. For they're timeless in their enjoyment. And if you begin to dissect them, you could learn why they're so enjoyable. I don't think you could ever go to a historical building and not enjoy the space, regardless of how many years have gone past. The joy of learning the history of architecture, if you really like it, if you enjoy it while it's being taught to you, could lead you to become a conservation architect, a field that is growing in its importance as we begin to realize the importance of preserving our history for national pride and understanding ourselves and our beliefs. Architecture is about the built form, making building construction an intrinsic part of our study. This is the technical aspect of architecture, without which the foundation of architectural design gets diluted. If you have a scientific bent of mind, along with creativity, you are best suited to be an architect. To learn about materials, to learn about how each material dictates its own type of architecture and form. So you will see traditionally how stone creates its own forms, its own spans, its own kind of architecture. Bricks is different. Bamboo is different. Concrete again is different. And steel again is another material with which you can design large spans, large cantilevers, and it's a whole new form itself. So that comes with building a construction, that comes with understanding materials and how each material would lend itself to different kinds of design. And as technology advances, new materials will come up, new methods of construction, and therefore there will always be a need to upgrade your knowledge and move forward. Construction drawings, detailed drawings, estimates, sections, quantities, checking of bills, supervision at site, management of projects are all a part of architecture. If this is the part of architecture that you like and enjoy, a specialization in project management is perhaps something that you might like. That is, apart from building construction, of course, being the fairly the basis of understanding architecture. It's fairly intrinsic part of it, without which you can't go ahead. Software, technology, 3D modeling, presentation techniques are constantly unfolding, updating, and requires an aptitude to continuously learn and enjoy learning. I would presume this would be a part of every profession today, and most of you are adept at it, I'm sure. Apart from 3D modeling, there are many firms that still make physical models, especially builders who find it a better tool to sell large projects. Making models also helps in understanding structures, and it's a great tool to learn architecture. So model making will be a part of your architectural study, and through that you would learn a lot in materials, and it also helps you in understanding construction and technology. Workshops is an extension of model making, where you will actually work on materials as wood, metal, bricks, cement, mud, bamboo, to feel the material, understand its behavior, and relate material to form. So in these workshops, you will actually work with your hands, where you start using these materials, where you start working with the materials to create perhaps joints, forms, anything to help you understand it. So when you understand materials, I think it's much easier to understand architecture, because these are the materials that go into all your buildings that you will eventually design if you do choose this as a profession. Let me touch upon the services required in buildings. From the basics of electrical, sanitary and water supply and communication, it goes on to safety and firefighting, security and access control, air conditioning and ventilation, hot water systems, public address and music, generators, alternative energy systems, automation, waste disposal systems, and a slew of many other services that keep adding up as technology advances. We could have additional requirements in the future like robotics, electric vehicles, parking systems, different kinds of them, etc., etc. It's quite an intense field, and while the architect is not expected to have a detailed expertise in these fields, a comprehensive overall understanding of the workings of the systems is a requirement of an architect. For this is what eventually would go into a building, and you would need the spaces required for it, how they would connect to each other, and where would you would need ducts, how they would flow from floor to floor. So you would require a basic understanding of all the services that eventually go on to completing a building. Apart from the technical aspects of architecture, there's a sociological, cultural, psychological, artistic aspects to the field that are as important and most certainly not to be disregarded. Extremely critical, but hardly understood, is the impact of architecture on human lives. As you begin to design buildings, every building that you design, it would sit on a street, in a city, in a nation, and it always forms a part of the streetscape that impacts the mood of a street. If you walk down the different streets of your city, you will notice that each one dictates a certain mood on you depending on style, material, neatness, form, openness, green, what is the green cover it has, color, and so on. Winston Churchill has once said, "We shape our buildings, thereafter they shape us." If our buildings, and especially the low-cost structures, are built in squalor, then the people who occupy them will also be so shaped in their character. And low cost should not mean low quality. And that's what we've seen, especially in the automobile industry, when we have come out with cars that don't cost much, but that doesn't mean the car keeps breaking down. What it does mean, in fact, is much better engineering, better detailing, and better designing. All of which are the learnings of an architect in collaboration with other related consultants. The skill to collaborate with a host of consultants to finally bring about a product of excellence is a requirement of being an architect. If you are aspiring to be an architect, you must know that one day you will be designing structures for human use, and thereby you will be responsible for the safety and reliability of the structure as part of a team of consultants. Because somebody will use that building and many would live in it. For these buildings that you will design and have built, it's not a piece of art that you can disregard or that you can discard or you can change if you don't like it. The buildings that you build will be a large physical space. There would have been a lot of money that's gone into it, a lot of resources that have been used. They're meant to stay, they're meant to be used, they're meant to be experienced. It must perform its function well, and then it must be pleasing too. So it's a very responsible profession, and you cannot take it in, it cannot be lightly taken because you cannot disregard it. It's very expensive to undo mistakes if you do make them. You must also want to know what you would earn by being an architect. Well, to begin with, as a fresh graduate, your earning may not be too much. And if you compare yourself to other fields in technology or to your other friends who've gone into software or anything with technology, it may be very low. For there's a lot to learn in architecture before you can actually contribute. Your earnings increase with age and experience, and then you can set your limits. Once you've learned architecture, once you've understood what it's all about, the limit is yours to set. It takes a little time though. You will be the decider then of how big or how small you want your practice to be, and you will direct its growth. You will be in charge of your career growth after a certain point. Unlike most professions, architecture is really quite boundless. The only limitation being your imagination, your dedication, your perseverance, and your integrity. And this boundlessness is its great strength and its greatest weakness. Strength because it has the power to transform lives. Weakness because it allows the unscrupulous to get away with delivering substandard buildings, completely destroying the reputation of the industry. So if you're creative and technically inclined, architecture is a great place to be. With a little patience to learn the nuances of the profession, architectural practice is a satisfying profession. No 2 days are the same, no 2 clients are the same, and no 2 designs are the same. I would imagine that those of you who choose architecture are capable of being passionate about your career to come. Architecture is about passion, about using both sides of your brains and all your senses. It absorbs you, it consumes you, it demands that you work hard. After 35 years of practice, I'm still working and still enjoying every moment of it. All I can say is it's a great place to be. So welcome to all those of you who decide to take up the challenge and begin your journey. You will never regret it. It's exciting, provided you understand it before you make your choice. I will take you through some simple slides of our works to expand on the many aspects of architecture And perhaps that would make it a little easier for you to understand what I have just spoken about. So I will share my screen now. Uh, can you see my screen? Is my screen visible?
Yeah, your screen is visible, but
Yeah.
the
Okay.
screen which you want to share is not.
Yeah. Now is it visible? Is what I'm sharing?
No, it's not coming.
It's not?
No.
Okay.
I think the share screen button is there.
One moment, please.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Has it come?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, once upon a time, it's not 30 really, it's more than 35 years ago, I was in the same position as you are. I had made my decision and I just joined college. So this is one slide that will show you, when we were students, we learned about art and design. And when you do learn about art and design, this is how you could really use it. And it's really a part of architecture. So architecture is quite versatile. This was a carpet exhibition. So when someone came and said that they want to exhibit carpets, we said, well, you don't just hang them up on a hanger and let everybody have a look at it. If you create some forms, if you create some designs, it would be something that people would not miss. And that's how your carpets also start looking better and people would be interested in coming and seeing it. So it's all about aesthetics, it's all about graphics. And this is some of the sketches that we did. And, this is really a part of art and design. So if you are artistically inclined, and this is what I mean by, when I say, when I've been speaking of form. So this is form, simple things, it's two rectangles placed together, it's a tent, and the roof of the tent could be carpets. Of course, what you have to understand also, which you will learn through architecture, is that when you're doing an exhibition, it's something that has to be erected overnight. So your design has to take that into consideration, and it's there only for about a week. After that, it's dismantled. So this is eventually what we came up with. This was our design, this was our sketch, and this is what we actually did. It was all an overnight job, but it requires creativity. And if you do have a passion for it, it's about art, it's about design, it's about form, it's about light. It's also about how you light the carpets up. This was in Safina Plaza in the center, and every shopper who came to Safina Plaza really had to look at it. And for those of you who really like art, so these are all the choices that come up to you once you become an architect, and you have a way to express it. This is, this is a project where um, it's about building construction. It's about different forms that you have. And we were designing this for a low cost structure. So when you design for a low cost structure, you break a building down into its many components, and you begin to analyze it in a more technical way. You start seeing which is a structure that needs much lesser foundations, which is a form that can give you flexibility, that is not so difficult to build, which can be repeated. And as you learn building construction and as you learn form, you come up with solutions like this. And this unfortunately has not been built so far, but that's not what the whole topic of today is. It's only trying to explain to you what architecture is all about before you make your choice of becoming an architect. Because your choice today that you're looking at is a fairly critical part of it. And I think it's very important for you to understand what you want to go into before you make a choice. So architecture has a lot of technical aspects to it. And, but if you understand it, you can, there's a lot that you can do with it. There's a lot that you can build with it. So although what you see on the screen, it's about low cost housing, but with the whole idea that even if it's low cost, each person needs that small little space that's open to the sky. And that's really a part of psychology. It's a part of sunlight. It's a part of feeling good. So when you combine these aspects, you do architecture. And if you don't, then it's really just buildings. And there's quite a distinct difference between the two. So if you do learn architecture, if you do join architecture school, you will learn the difference between the two. And as you do, you'll find that people who live in it are greatly impacted by it. So if you design low cost, today if you have a look at low cost structures that are built, that you see dotting our skylines, you'll see that a lot of them, the windows don't close properly. The walls are also damp. It seems like it's all leaking. Nothing is working. And how can you design a building like that? And how can you design a building like that and expect that the people who inhabit those buildings are going to come out with a sound character? So, as a people, we kind of make each other. And this is all a part of it. And this is perhaps one of the most important aspects of architecture, of how important it is, and how your design can really impact everybody who uses the space. And much more than style, each one of us can have a different style. Okay, that's fine. But eventually, the person who uses it, there must be comfort, there must be light, there must be ventilation, there must be, a whole joy of living, a whole joy of wanting to return home. And if that's what excites you, then good. That's what architecture is. So this is another project that we did where we did a great study of climatology. And this is for the Karnataka Housing Board, and it's come up in Yelahanka. And it's also low cost. And we worked out again how every structure will have, a space that they can call their own. They all have a small little terrace. And by cantilevering the buildings out, we made some parts of the streets that were shaded. We worked out place for landscaping. We worked out spaces for parking. And all of it is all within a tight budget and a tight space. So that's really about low cost housing. And when we did that, we made study models of it to really understand what it would look like, what it would feel like between two spaces, how light would come in, and how it would be ventilated. But today, of course, you have a lot of computer simulation, so it's much easier for you to work out light, ventilation, and so on. So, when we speak about climate, when we speak about, so this is, at the other end of a spectrum. This is a residence. It's a lot more high cost. It's not really low cost, but the interior spaces, you see, the other thing in architecture, you will learn that the more honest a space is, the more enjoyable it is. So if you look at our traditional architecture, you find that even the decoration is an intrinsic part of the structure itself. They're not two separate issues. They're not two separate aspects of the design. Everything is one. And when there's less of falsification, if I may call that so, then the structure is more honest. And honesty is something that's, you know, always quite timeless in its essence. It's pure, and you enjoy it much better. So this in this project that we did, you know, if you really want to go into good architectural detailing, you work out even the exact light points in a ceiling. If you want recessed lights, you already, you know, put the recess inside there. You put the boxes inside the slab while you're concreting it. And you know, if you decide you want to have a stone wall, then you really build the stone wall. It's the real stone wall. It's not a cladding. And if you plan it so, everything can be worked out that you don't really need cladding materials. The material becomes the structure itself, and that's what I was trying to show there. And you know, this is all a part of it when we did the building and the interiors together. So there were no two separate consultants that say someone does the interiors and someone does architecture. And when you do both of it, everything gets integrated much easier. So even if you want to highlight a dining table, you know, you just do a nice inlay pattern that forms a carpet in the dining room. And, you know, in this, we have separated circulation spaces by use spaces through flooring patterns. And we've got internal courtyards in this with a skylight. So this house was kind of inward facing because it's on a busy road. And so we thought, let everything come inside. But importantly, the psychological effect of the space, you know, the idea of getting greenery within, because if you look outside, the noise is a lot. So how do you cut the noise out? How do you still get your spaces to look at some greenery inside? You know, there's a theory called the biophilia hypothesis.
Excuse me. Hello, ma'am.
Yeah,
Can you do slideshow for this? Few slides are not visible.
I am doing a slideshow.
Slide, the PowerPoint show. Right?
Yes.
Oh.
You can't see the slides?
Slightly, it was not. Now it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, I've shown many slides.
Yeah.
Have you been able to see the previous ones?
Yes, we were. Oh.
Okay. Oh, that would be a pity if you couldn't see it. Fine. So I was saying, you know, there's a theory called the biophilia hypothesis, which says that um, humans have an innate connection with nature. And when you do bring nature into your lives, it has a very pleasing effect, or it has a very positive effect on all those who are directly connected to it or indirectly connected to it at close proximity. So, Anuja, you can tell me if you can't see the slides, okay?
Fine, ma'am. Only few slides were not visible. The rest were fine. This is fine. I'll let you know if there's a problem.
Okay, if you can tell me which was not, I can go back to it also. If you can. I mean, this is slide number 19. All right. So,
ma'am, sorry, you are actually not in slideshow, ma'am. You are actually in PowerPoint.
Yeah.
You have to move to slideshow mode. That's why some of the screens are very small actually.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I have to move to slideshow mode, is it?
Yeah. Just come down to the right. You can see one. Come to the right. A cup thing. No, that is slide. Left. Third one. There are three options. No. Press the third one. That is slideshow. Next to that 50%, there is one option, right? Just to the left of 50%. Come down. Yeah, press that. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Do you want me to start again?
Preferably the previous 2-3 slides, because it has become too small. If you can do that, it'll be great. Yes, this slide. Yes, please.
Okay, let me run through it again.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
All right. Sorry, I should have. Oh, okay, fine. All right. Okay. So, well, this is the first one. I just said, many years ago, I was a student, like I was aspiring to be an architect, and I joined architecture school. So, this is one slide that would show art and design. And I had mentioned to you earlier that there was a carpet exhibition. They had come to us to display their carpets, and we thought we should really work on something more than just hanging carpets. And we worked out different forms. But in addition to working out the forms, we always have to remember that a carpet exhibition, you have one night to make it, and it's there for a week, and then you have to dismantle it. So the materials cannot be too expensive. The design has to be, you have to be able to build it quickly and fast. It has to be up overnight. This was done in Safina Plaza, and this was some of the sketches that we did for the client's approval before we could actually execute it. And this is the tent that I was talking about. These are all the forms that I was talking about. So if you do like art, if you do like design, if you do like color, then this is it. And there's always a certain understanding of structure, even though this is just built out of plywood and cardboard. You must understand what would stand and what really wouldn't. And these are just sketches that we did for the carpet display. And this was our sketch. This is what we built. And, lighting is all a part of it. So again, this is what we didn't do this drum, but these are this is the actual site pictures. Well, at that time, we didn't really think of documenting our work. So, it wasn't a big aspect of our lives. Unlike today, it's all about social media. At that time, there wasn't social media, and we were not so fussy about the pictures that we took. But luckily, I did have some, because we enjoyed working on this. And these are all aspects of design, which you will learn as in your course as an architect. So this one was a design that we had done, which was for a low-cost housing. So like I had mentioned, it's when you do low-cost housing, you work out all the materials to its greatest details, because costing is a very important aspect of it. So we had worked out on pyramidical structures or triangular structures, because it as a structure, it is stable. It takes the least amount of steel. It can all be precast. And when we put it together, we found that it would take the least amount of foundations for a certain build space. And ventilation, light, all of it was a part of this. So in addition to the cost, in addition to carefully detailing it out, you also think about light and ventilation. And this is how it eventually worked out, where we thought that even though the units are small, they were hardly about 300 square feet, each person must have a place that's open to sky, a place that they can use, a place that that they could enjoy. Just because it's small, it doesn't mean you stay in small cramped up spaces that have no light, because then that's the kind of people whom you would then eventually create as a citizen. And as a people, we all live together. It's not possible for me to be happy alone. I can only be happy if you are happy too, because we live together, we walk on the same streets together. And if I have to feel secure walking on my streets, then it's important that all of us feel the same way, that we are all mentally in a happy state of mind. And in order for that to happen, then really architecture plays a very strong part in it, to get people of sound character, of sound behavior, of sound ethics. This is a project that we have done, the Karnataka Housing Board. It's in Yelahanka. This again was low cost. And yes, we've always designed spaces where we believe everybody has a piece of earth, everybody has a piece of sun, and that piece of earth is the most critical part of a person's home that you have, even if it's a small piece, a piece of earth, a piece of sky. And well, this is a sketch we did to understand, how it's shaded, how the different spaces we had for landscaping. We worked out spaces for community gathering, for parking, and it was built. And this is how it is. This is the models. So model making, even though you do have 3D on computers, but somehow models is you can feel the spaces in real time, because with 3D, well, we find a lot of well, especially students who are good at 3D, you make a building look 100 times better than it actually is, depending on what angles you take, depending on how you render it. So I think I was somewhere around this slide when I was explaining to you that this is the other end of the spectrum. This is a higher cost building where we did building and the interior. And if you really look at this, if you design in advance itself which wall you would like to have in stone, or if you do want a stone wall, then you can build the wall itself in stone. It doesn't have to be cladded materials. And the aesthetics and the feel of it somehow is very subconsciously different between a cladding and a real, wall built by that same material. And in this, decoration was all through a combination of stone and brickwork. And these are all, real stone lintels. They're all real stone arches. And we highlighted spaces through flooring patterns, like you can see here. Okay, this is another one, project that we had done in Mysore. This is for a client who came from Rajasthan. And so we said, let's use a material that he's comfortable with. And we got Dholpur stone. And, this is in Mysore. So before we did that, we really did a study of what Mysore is all about. What is the architecture of Mysore? And this is a part of history of architecture, a part of theory. And we had a very good professor, Professor K.N. Iyengar, who taught us history. And so when we did this project in Mysore, we said, let's look at something that really blends with the place. And so that's how we came up with these arches. We got the stones from Rajasthan, and the workers who worked on the stone, they were just incredible. You could spend whole days at the site just watching them work on these stones. And they did such a fantastic job. It's not easy to see them around anymore, because we've moved away from such kind of construction. There are not many who do it, because many don't even have the time. But if you do, and if you work with materials and related to the place that you're in, then this is what we came up with. And then on top, to tie all the spaces, it was a space frame that we did, held on this granite, just a granite obelisk. And even the contractor was so good. You take the stone, you turn it on a lathe, then you work with your hand. And, it's a whole process that you can really enjoy, because you see it coming up in front of you. And if you go to the site, the whole thing is it's quite magical if you like the subject. But what's important is that you must really like it. And eventually in architecture, you only see finished buildings, and then you may have this very romantic idea of architecture and these buildings, but there's a lot of work that goes into it. There's a lot of technical aspects. There's a lot of, maybe there are things that you may not really like. You might not like estimation, or you might not like tendering, but it's all a part of it. And you have to understand it in its, as a form of art and a form of science. It's a lot of work. If you see this, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this whole lintel, this whole thing is just one granite stone. And how you take it there, how you lift it, how you keep it in place, it's quite exciting. This is the interiors of Meridian Hotel. It's all about textures, it's all about pattern, it's all about putting things together. And this was, if any of you have been to the hotel, now it's all slated to be pulled down. But if you had seen this is the atrium. And we had done about 4 designs for it. And the client wanted to see all 4 from the ground to see how it looks. So we made mock-ups of it. We painted on paper. We put it up there. We had lights coming through it. The whole exercise is quite intense. So you have to go there. You have to spend time there, and you do something, and the client says, "No, I don't like it." So you start changing it. So it's a part of it. It's an experience. I mean, this is another one, where he said, "Let me see you have the guts to use colors," and this was really for a aircraft crew. And when you have aircraft crews, they come from different countries, they come from different backgrounds, they come from different nationalities. So we were wondering what kind of design do we work out that that's not specific to any culture or any country, or it's just as we thought it should be something that anyone can relate to without feeling overwhelmed about design. And well, these are all this is all aspects of it. We have a wall paneling over here, and we said, why don't we look at it as a panel of art instead of as just using some wood and paneling the wall. So architecture allows you to do that. So when you have a problem, I mean, when I say a problem, I mean that's your program. That's what you're meant to design. You have a conference room to design. How you work on the walls is really up to you. It's how you imagine it. You can be creative. You can use your imagination. Of course, the client is always a constraint in that he will tell you what he likes or what he doesn't like. But this is also, so this is wall paneling, and we said we look at each panel as a different piece of art. And at that time, we used modern materials. We thought we used stainless steel. We thought we used glass. But today, of course, there are materials that have gone beyond all this. And this was an office. This was a poolside restaurant. And this is just a wall. It's just a ramp that goes down to the basement. And a simple thing, just the wall of a ramp. It's something that if you're going down to park a car, you don't consciously notice it. But subconsciously, all this has an impact on your whole feeling as you drive down. So we had worked on this. The free-flowing pattern is made of fiberglass. So you have the artist who came there, who actually took the impression of this place where the fiberglass has to come, and he did a perfect, exact, and accurate job to it. You don't see the joints; they fit so correctly. And to all this, you see the amount of creativity that we have within us as a people, and the amount of skill that we have. And all our skills, it all comes from those who perhaps haven't been fortunate enough to be educated. I must tell you a small story. When we were doing this is a poolside restaurant, and we had imported we had retractable awnings. And at that time, India wasn't making these, and we had imported it from Italy. So they had sent us drawings of the structure. They had sent us drawings of, the foundation fits, the foundation details, where they would come and bolt their metal structures. And we went to great lengths. We said, oh gosh, these guys have come from Italy. They'll be so perfect. We went to great lengths to mark it, to check it, to double check it. And then they come and they made a mistake. The heights are different and they don't fit so correctly. And those guys they were nervous because they made a mistake, and we can refuse it. We can say we don't want it. And all of this was done by hand, manually, the erection of the pillars. There was one British guy who used to come there and he would just sit there and watch everyone work. And we got to talk to him because, there are not many people who just come and sit and watch workers erecting a structure. So it turned out he was a consultant for Boeing. And he said, it's so amazing the skill that you have. You're doing all this manually, physically. If we were in England, we would have had cranes, we would have had everything mechanically done. And so that's the first time we learned about the strengths that we have and the skills that we have and how we just take everything for granted. So as a people, we just take things for granted. We are not so careful about what we design, about what we build. We don't really realize the importance of what we build and the importance of this profession of architecture. Well, these are just some, this is, again, climatology and building construction. So we were doing a factory and the client had said, we have no money, it has to be very low cost, no plastering, no painting. So we thought, okay, why don't we design something and have, horizontal slabs that act as chhajjas. So if you see all these horizontal slabs, the intent was that it always keeps the building in shade because when the sun falls on it, it casts shadows. And when the building is in shade, it doesn't allow heat to enter inside. And the building has worked. It's been exactly like this for 25 years. Nothing has gone wrong. They don't need to plaster. They don't need to paint. And, it's simple solutions. But it's about understanding materials. It's about climatology. It's about shade. Okay. So now this one, I would tell you, there was a site with a high tension wire going across it. And we do know that it's not nice for people to live under the high tension wires. But well, someone's bought it and someone was developing it and someone's going to sell it and someone's going to live in it. So we thought, okay, under this, since we don't want people to live under these high tension wires because it's not good for health, we decided we'd have the entire clubhouse under it. And the clubhouse should be only a low structure. It can't go too high because the wires are above it. So we said, okay, why don't we use a form in such a way that even if someone wants to build on it, they cannot build on it tomorrow. So this is how it evolved. That's the high tension wire, and we kept all the green spaces under it. And okay, that's just some more details. And then we started working out on forms. So, well, all this is really trying to explain to you as an architect what you can do by understanding materials. This will all have to be made out of steel because it bends in so many ways. It's not easy to do it in concrete. And we said we'll work on forms. So it's difficult for anyone to build another floor above it. So even after we leave the project, it stays as a low structure and it causes the least harm to anyone who goes under it. And nobody's going to be able to build over it because it's just too complicated. And this is what we designed. Right under it, we made a jogging track and we had a roof over it to mitigate the effects of it. And so the site itself dictated its forms. And if you have an idea of forms, if so this is the high tension wires and this is the forms that we worked under it. So it's all really an aspect of design, and that's the model we made because the client said, look, what are you doing? And he was wondering whether it was buildable at all. So we said, if you can make a model, you can surely build it. So that's the model we made. This is okay. This was in Mysore. So again, normally, when we talk about the effect of buildings and the psychological impact. Now, supposing this project, what we were designing is coming up in Mysore, and if you design such that the building really feels rooted in its place, then anyone who uses it, whether it's within your affordability or whether it's not, you feel a connection to the building. You don't feel that the building is foreign to you. It feels a part of you. It's like going to Indian palaces. Even though you perhaps won't live in a palace and you're not the king of it, of a state, or you don't have a kingdom, you don't feel like a foreigner when you go past that temple. I mean, past the palace. There's a kind of relation to it because it's very similar in its culture. And that's a very important aspect of it because, as long as we're humans, we're always going to have the rich and the poor. But the whole idea is that we learn to live with each other with all our various levels of literacy or various levels of earning. And we all have to live with each other in goodness and in peace. And these are all aspects that impact us. So even in aesthetics, if everyone can relate to it, there's always someone who is wealthier than you, someone who is not so wealthy as you. But architecture is something that if you feel united with the spaces, then the dissent is much less because somehow you feel you're the same people. So, depending on arches, we said, okay, why don't we have curved forms, but we play around with them. So we create different kinds of openings, we create different kinds of spaces. And we said, for the railing, let's use a form of art that is from traditional Mysore architecture. So this was a hotel, and this is what, the project has not started, but this is what we came up with just out of trying to take from what was there and making a form that is more modern in its context, and trying to use art forms that people are used to, and this is what it's about. So that's the end of my slide to really explain, perhaps expand on what architecture is all about, because I thought if I only just speak to you, you may not, well, I hope you didn't go to sleep. I hope you listened. And I thought if I explained with slides, it might be much easier to communicate what architecture is all about, because it's important that you understand it. It's important that you get, you're excited about it if you choose it. And that's where I will conclude. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, ma'am. That was really inspiring. And your passion shows in all the work that you have done. It's really nice. Shall we move on to Q&A, ma'am? Question and answer.
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah. Shrishti Subramanian wants to know, which are the job opportunities in the field of architecture? And what inspired you for architecture?
Okay, I'll tell you what inspired me. So when I was young, I always used to like playing with this, with Lego, with blocks that you could make buildings or you could make forms out of. And I've always liked art also. I've always painted, I've always drawn. And it's just between the two of them, I thought what I want to be is an architect. And I had decided that when I was in the 8th standard. And it's the best decision. Well, if you say what is the scope of architecture, we're a nation of about 135 crore people. And architecture today, we cater to about 3% or 4% of the population of our country. So if you look at it in that sense, I think there is a great scope for architecture. And as a country is growing, you can't have cities where you keep having more and more people coming in. India is bound to make more cities. Because if people come into those that we have, our cities will collapse. We don't have the infrastructure. And besides that, it may not be the healthiest for so many people to just live together and crave off the same kind of infrastructure. So we are bound to build more cities. India has to build. And imagine the scope when we begin to do so. It might take a little time, but actually not so much time at all, because there's so much stress on the existing cities. You can see Bangalore itself, we're bursting. So I think there's a great scope.
Yeah. Nityashri KS, she asked, ma'am, I'm studying in 10th and our school has introduced us to 3D printing, SketchUp, for further to become an architect. What steps should I take and how do I prepare for an architecture interview?
For an architecture exam, is it?
Maybe she means exam, yes.
Okay. So for an architecture exam, there is something called NATA, which is the National Aptitude Test for Architecture. And in that test, they, basically it's your skill at perceiving or thinking in 3 dimensions. And there are several institutes that offer coaching in NATA. So if you're really serious about it, you can approach these institutes and you can begin to start learning as to how these exams are conducted, what kind of questions. They also have an art exam, where there's a sketching exam. The rest of it is online, it's computer based, and they could give you a plan and many elevations and say which one corresponds to which. So it's good that you do go to a learning center for that, because even if you do have the aptitude but you don't really know what kind of questions are being asked, you may be a little surprised. So I think you should go and look up these institutes.
Right. Suryamani Pratap wants to know how architecture differ from civil engineering.
Oh, actually, there's a great difference between the two, because in civil engineering, you learn about the only the technical aspects about how a building is built. So you learn about the foundations, you learn about structures, you learn about columns and slabs, and you learn about waterproofing. You learn about keeping buildings safe, not damp. That's really civil. It's well, if I have to really put it, in another way, it's about how to make a building stand. And in civil engineering, of course, you would also learn some basics of design. But when you learn architecture, apart from the technical aspects, you're also learning about the psychological and social aspects of it. So you would learn, let's say, what makes spaces feel nice. What is the difference between light and shade? How important is it that how do you get maximum light come into buildings? How do you ventilate buildings well? And how do you have spaces where a person feels good when they go inside a space? What is it that makes a space feel good? Is it varying volumes? So you have some spaces that have high ceilings, you have some that have low ceilings. Is it varying quantity of light? Is it the varying quality of light? So you learn all these aspects that make a building um, well, what is the word? I mean, comfortable in terms of its indoor air quality, in terms of its psychological feelings also. You learn about theories of architecture where that help or that enhance to make a space feel good. So there's quite a difference between the two, quite a difference. Architecture, I would say, is a combination of technical, art, sociology, climatology, history, and civil engineering would perhaps dwell much more on the technical aspects of it, which is also important. Of course, it is. I mean, a civil engineer, we can't do without them. So we are both branches of the same field. We need each other and we work with each other.
Yeah. One person wants to know which are the job opportunities in the field of architecture.
When you say which are the job opportunities, I mean, you could work, of course, in an architect's office, you could work in a builder's office, you could take up a government job, you could move into, just if you just like doing 3D, you can move into 3D modeling. You can, you can just become, after you do your architecture, you just have to learn and you could become green certified professional, where you only look into the aspects of what makes a building green, and there are many aspects to it. So they're called, LEED certified, GEM certified, GRIHA certified. So you could do that. You could work. Well, I think I said you could work in a builder's office. You could get into modeling, just making models if that's what you like. You could go into conservation. And if you want to specialize further, there are a host of things you can specialize in.
How long does it take to prepare for NATA? A person, participant is asking.
Well, I would think, if you're in the 12th standard, you should start. I think if you give yourself a year, then then you really start understanding what the questions are all about. And you don't have to do a crash course on it. You can do it at your leisure, and you can enjoy the course. So I would say take a year, at least a year.
Is architecture only rich man's world, or something is there for common man or low budget architecture?
Well, so far, architecture has been only for the wealthy, because there's a notion amongst the public that if you use an architect, then your building is going to be costlier. And that's really not the case. Because if you do have, a tight budget, going to an architect makes a lot of sense, because you would get the best for your money. And by and large, an architect is trained to deliver excellence. So, and as a public, we have this whole notion that if something is low cost, it means it's not excellent. It means, little shabby, little here and there is all okay, but really it isn't okay. And well, how do I say it? Today it is perceived as, a rich man's affordability. But I hope that it goes beyond that. And there's one thing that, even Corona has taught us, that we all need a little space to live, a little space that's open to sky. And I think it has taught us that everybody has a right to a good life. And not that we didn't know it earlier, but somehow this, in these 6 months of lockdown, it's like, if you don't have a healthy place to live in, how can you be locked down in it? I think that's why it's highlighted the whole issue much more. It's something that was always glaring. It was something that was always obvious. But the idea that if you're living in squalor and you have to live inside that for 6 months, how can you do it? You do it if you don't have a choice. But imagine the impact that it has on the people. And people are revolting. People are now saying, this is not good enough for us. And so I think it will change, and I hope it does. And if you do join the field of architecture, it would be really our responsibility to see that this whole idea changes in the mind of the citizen, and the whole idea that low cost should not mean low quality.
Kushi Mahindrakar, she says, ma'am, to become an architect, in what all things we should be good at? She wants to know on what she can concentrate more on.
Good at? Well, for one thing, you should be good at liking to work, because if you're an architect, you have, it's many long hours of working, yes. And it's something that you can never disconnect with. So even though I've been working for some 35 years now, I still work long hours. I work into the nights because I enjoy it. And what should you really like if you want to be an architect? There's always a technical aspect of architecture that you must always like. You can't shy away from it, because you have aspects like construction drawings. You have, making quantities of materials. You have going to a site. You have, you've got to go and start checking bills. You have climate, and you have to start measuring climate. You have to measure really what the temperature inside, what it's outside. So there's a lot of technical aspects to it. So you must like that part of it. Apart from that, you must have a flair for proportions, for forms, for color, for texture, for material. So all this must intrigue you. So, if you go somewhere and your eye goes towards furniture that you like, or it goes to, some detail that you have found is interesting, that has got your attention, then you know that architecture is a good place for you. Or if you wandered around and you've seen, buildings in bad shapes, and you've wondered, why is it like this? So you walk on the streets and say, can't we just design a better street? Does it have to be so badly broken and so badly littered? So if these things start bothering you, you know that architecture is good for you. And you need, well, I would say really technical and art, and just start observing things, in its three dimensions, observing spaces. You'll find that even if you go to a park, you'll find that some parks you enjoy more than the others. So if you do start going there, just try and figure out why that's so. Why do you enjoy some spaces more than the other? That's architecture.
Yeah. Amoga Varsha U Angadi, he asked, does architecture be done as a job or love?
Oh, love.
Love,
Yeah,
definitely.
certainly. If you want to be an architect, love being an architect. If you're
Yes.
looking at it just as a job, well, I don't know, you may not like it really. It's just about loving it.
Yeah. Tanaya K, she asked, to what extent will the field of architecture stay in the limelight in the future? Won't there be a dip in the demand for it as people are becoming more environmentally conscious?
If you travel the world, you will see that many of the, well, what do I say, perhaps happier societies, they're very proud of their architecture. And, the architecture of a nation gives character to the place. And through architecture, you can really, you can gauge the kind of people who live there, which is why through history, when you study a building, you kind of imagine the lifestyle of the people there. So, what was your question? How important is it? Is it?
No, they want to know to what extent will the field of architecture stay in the limelight in the future? And also, won't there be a dip in the demand for it as people are becoming more environmentally conscious?
No, I think architecture, I mean, it's not even begun to be in the limelight in our country now. The understanding of architecture is only now being understood, and only now is it being um, realized. And if you say, will there be a dip because of environmental conscious architecture? No. In fact, it's going to go up, because to start understanding, the effects of today, technology is going very, very, very fast. So there's so many technologies available on alternative kind of energies, on waste management, on reusing water, on you collect gray water today from, okay, when I say gray water, I mean water from wash basins, water from the kitchen, water from your shower. You have a basic treatment, you can use it. What are the kinds of treatments available to treat the water to a basic level where you can use it at least for flushing? What are the kinds of materials that are available? What is the ratio of windows to wall that you have the correct amount of sunlight coming into a building? You can't have a wall full of glass, because you don't want too much light coming in either. You don't want too much light, you don't want too much heat. So there's a certain level that makes it comfortable to live in. So all these are all part of being environmentally conscious. Also, the reuse of materials. Where do you get materials to reuse? What is the life cycle of materials? So I think as we become more conscious of the environment, we need consultants even more, because there's such a variety available, and it's not something that everybody knows just off the cuff. It's quite a specialized field. And as far as the limelight, we are only just beginning. India is only just beginning. We still don't have an architecture that you can call an Indian architecture. You have it in Sri Lanka, you have it in Indonesia, of course, we have it in all the European countries. They have an architecture that they can relate to, that they're proud of. We are only beginning to have an identity in modern days times.
Okay. Ma'am, any closing remarks for the participants?
Well, my closing remarks would only be to say that architecture is, I mean, it's a great field. It's extremely satisfying. And most importantly is you've got to understand it, you've got to like it. And of course, there are ups and downs like there would be in any profession. But as a career, architecture is just splendid. Every time it's different. You don't have two clients that are the same. You don't have two days that are the same. You don't have two contractors that are the same. And you have so many building materials coming up. Technology is advancing, and it's brilliant. But you can't earn money right in the beginning. That you've got to remember. For all those who think that money is the criteria of choosing a profession, then it's not architecture, because in architecture it comes later in life. So the graph is quite opposite. In architecture, by the time you really settle down into your profession, you're perhaps almost 40. And when I did my first job, I met my boss, and he said, "Oh, so you're in your 20s, don't worry, you have a long way to go. By the time you even understand architecture, you'll be 40." And I thought, gosh, what a crazy guy this is. When you're in your 20s, 40 seems like an age you'll never reach. It's only all these old fellows who reach 40. But 40 comes quite fast.
Yeah.
And by the time you begin to understand, by the time I began to understand architecture, he was right. I was almost 40. And that's when you really start peaking. So if you like it, if you have the patience, it's a completely brilliant career.
Thank you, ma'am. It was so inspiring and nice to
Those
have
of
you on our
you,
Hindu platform.
those of you who choose to take up architecture, I wish you good luck and welcome you to the profession.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And also, I would like to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors were Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. And our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions Beta, Nana Darshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Thank you, sponsors. Without this would not have been possible. Thank you, ma'am, once again.
Thank you.